I'm so tired, y'all. Welcome to the Ides of March. If your name is Caesar or Julius, you might want to look out today. Wear something really thick on your back, some armor or something, or carry a knapsack full of books. The Ides, I was looking it up earlier. It's interesting, the Ides. And I was thinking about calendars in general and how they structure our sense. Like each culture has their own sense of how time is structured, and it's completely arbitrary and conventional. And the early Roman calendar was based around the moon, but they didn't measure every day of the month. They just looked at certain points during the month. I think the first, let's see, let me pull it up. The first day of the month was called Calends, and their month started with March. So March was their January. That's why we have September as the seventh month set, September. December, Deca, Dec is their 10th month. And then let me see, the known as, the knowns is the fifth, sometimes the fifth or sometimes the seventh. It's 8 day before the Ides. And the Ides was the middle of the month, and it was the 13th for most months, but the 15th for March, May, July, and October. And then Calends is the first day of the next month. So those were the three main points of the month that they paid attention to. They didn't pay attention to whatever the number of every single day was. So the Ides was a very significant part of the month. And originally it was determined by the full moon. And we just had a blood moon too, coincidentally, right up near the Ides. And it was because it was a fixed point, it was easy to structure civic activities and duties and functions around it. And it was the day where all the bills came due, the rent, the payments, etc. happened on the Ides every month. So if you don't like paying your bills or your taxes, I guess that's another reason to be superstitious about the Ides or to have a negative outlook on it. Hey, Bex, what's up? I am really tired. I didn't wake up tired, but I didn't get a lot of sleep either. I really pushed it last night, but I loved our conversation. I wish it would have could have continued, and it actually can. More people could show up and have the same conversation. I'm just doing open panel today, so I'll go as long as I'll go as long as. Let's just leave it at that. La Puffy, hello. How are you? I saw you've been going live a bit lately too. I hope things are okay with you. You know what? Let's peek at the news. It is a Saturday, but oh my God, there were a bunch. Yeah, that storm hit the south and spun off a bunch of tornadoes, and some people died. 18 dead, at least 18 dead from severe storms in the South and Midwest. U.S. launches a wave of airstrikes on Yemen. Wow, on the Houthis. All kind of stuff's happening. Some Democrats crossed the aisle to vote on the spending bill. 10 Democrats, I believe, to avoid the shutdown. Gee. And, oh, here's some news. The appeals court said that Trump's two DEI executive orders could continue. In the meantime, while it's litigated, because the first federal court put him on pause, and then the appeals court overturned that and said no, they can go into effect while it's being appealed to the higher courts. And they said that the orders as written don't violate anything. The danger is that they could be overly enforced. They could be the enforcement of them can be aggressive enough to cross certain legal limits. But as long as they don't push the enforcement, the parameters of the orders themselves don't prescribe anything illegal. Oh no, Puffy. I'm sorry. Yeah, I remember art school, right? Yeah, I was going to ask you how that was going. You could probably teach them a thing or two. I hope you're working on like projects that get your creativity going and allow you to like refine your skills because you do have some talent. Yeah, I'm having a good Saturday. I had a great stream, great few streams the last couple of days actually. 7:05 a.m. Where are you? Are you in Australia? Fools and tools. I remember growing up, they had those ads in the paper of if you could draw a turtle or a pirate, you could send in you're good and you might be good enough to go to art school. Send in your drawing and let us evaluate it, and we'll tell you. Um, Melbourne, okay, and we'll tell you if you're good enough for art school. Of course, everybody was because they were trying to make money. They were going to say yes to anybody. We are back on the Ides of March. You know what? I have a Ides of March story actually. I did theater in high school, and the very first play I was in, real play, like a real stage with a real audience in an auditorium, not a school play or a Christmas play. I've already told my tragic Santa Christmas play story, but the very first play I was in was Julius Caesar, Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, which is where the phrase "Beware the Ides of March" comes from. Oh, Plasma, you should go. In fact, Angeline on her channel clipped the end of it. We had a great hour and a half, 2 hour conversation on. It started with the paranormal, but it went into reality and consciousness, and it was deep. And it was me and Ren and Angeline and this Dutch guy that was new and panel hopping. And it's an example of the type of conversations that I would like to really start trying to have on here and push. And so yeah, it's where the phrase "beware the eye." That's what the soothsayer says to Caesar in the public square one day. They're like, "Beware the Ides of March," and Caesar's like, "Girl, I ain't worried about it." And then on the Ides of March day, Caesar tells the soothsayer, "It's the Ides of March and nothing happened. Ha ha ha. I'm fine." And the soothsayer says something like, "Yes, the Ides of March have begun, but they have not yet ended." Meaning, don't gloat, dance around yet. It's not over. Come back on the 16th and tell me that. Of course, he didn't make it to the 16th because I killed him. Yes, I was Casca. I was the one that got to kill. Casca was the one that stabs him first. Like they're on their way to the Senate, I think, and they all like crowd around him. His people he thinks are his friend. He was literally stabbed in the back by me and the rest of his friends, and they're all crowded around him walking to the Senate. And Casca was the first one to stab him, and then they all pull out their knives and start stabbing him. And the story is dress rehearsal. So we had these little plastic retractable knives that we were supposed to stab with. It's a little plastic silver blade. It's like a toy knife and a black plastic handle. And when you stab the person, it pushes the blade into the handle so it looks like the knife's going into them, but it's really not. It's theater. And during dress rehearsal, we kept the knives in our pants, in our waist. And during dress rehearsal, the blade of the knife came out. It broke apart, came out of the handle, and it slid down my pants, slid down my underwear, and it started poking me in the balls while I was on stage, and I could feel it, and I was like trying to hide, and squirming around, and when it came time to kill Caesar, the line is, "Thus falls Caesar," and you're supposed to take the knife out and stab him. I was shanking him. And so I took the knife out and there was no handle on it. I mean, there was no blade. It was just a handle. It was just like this little black plastic handle. And the knife was in my pants poking me. And so I had to just take the handle and start like hitting him on the back with the handle. And all the people on stage started laughing. And that was a no-no. Oh, not with this drama director. And she screamed out, "It's not funny!" She said, "I will tell you when something is funny." And if that happened live on stage opening night, we were supposed to just go on with the show. Just keep going, make it work. Don't break character to laugh about that. But it was really funny because the whole time, everybody knew that that blade was in my pants poking at me. I handled Caesar to death, was what they said. So that is my Ides of March story. Look out for I mean, I watch a lot of Survivor and Big Brother and those type of shows, and you really can't ever trust anybody in those games because the people that you think you're most closely allied to are the people that are going to end up stabbing you in the back because they want the money too, the $1 million. So be aware of your who you trust. I guess trust discerningly. Um, Trust economically. Give just enough trust. Know why you're trusting, and give just enough trust to accomplish your purposes. But don't just blindly trust, like this lifelong trust that's, I don't know. I've been stabbed in the back so many times from people because I'm a natural truster. I think everybody's trustworthy and reliable until they prove that they're not. But everybody also has their own self interest. There's nothing wrong with that. We all have our own goals and agendas and things that we're trying to get done for ourselves. And sometimes that conflicts with what people are trusting us for. And we're not obligated to self sacrifice for every single person out there that trusts us. We can prioritize our own needs and wants and desires. I prefer to just be transparent about all that. So sometimes people will deprioritize your own goals to accomplish their own. And sometimes that leads to a sense of betrayal or backstabbing. And sometimes they will just outright lie and backstab and say they're going to say one thing and create a false picture of reality to make you think that you can rely on them for this one thing when they know in their mind they have no intention of doing that and they're telling you that to mislead you and they're going to do this other thing that's going to give them an advantage. That happens too. Hey, Waffles. Shout out to people and their narratives. Yes, indeed. Um, and I think in a large part it's kind of all narrative. I think there's ways to be more and less intelligent about what narratives you adopt. But then intelligence is that's if you're interested in if your narrative corresponds to any kind of external social reality. A lot of people don't care. Like they don't have narratives because they're interested in truth or reality. They have narratives for other reasons. And in those cases, they're not going to, it doesn't matter what reality is. They're going to have their narratives no matter what. But I like to refine my narratives, like to use my intellect to refine my narratives to where they match up to some kind of reality outside of myself so that I'm not working off of narratives that are unreliable and untrustworthy for my purposes. So cheers, Joey. I mean, Waffle. Waffle House. I don't think I have any tweets, but I'll check. No, no tweets. Okay, well, I'm going to keep the stream going as usual for half an hour or so. I will see if we get a panel going. And if not, I will probably go take a nap. Well, I'm sure he misses you too, not loss. Um, he misses. Stop! Don't see. I was trying to do drama. Um, I was looking at some panels to go on earlier, and I guess there was some. They had they had some panel thing in Vegas. Remember Tommy was on, and he went to that pinball museum. So there was a bunch of YouTube creators that met in Vegas, and apparently there was some drama from that, and that some of them don't even stream anymore as a result. Like they took their channels down or stopped streaming. And so I was catching up on that this morning. YouTube is. Oh, did you last night? We had crazy drama here. Not drama. Crazy fun. We had fun drama here last night, but it did get a little crazy in a fun way, and then it got deep. But yeah, but my point, what I'm trying to say about it is, it's kind of its own thing here. The way the drama works here, it's very intense and unpredictable. But then when you add real life to it and you intersect it with real life, oh my God, that should come with a safety warning and maybe a little skull symbol on it. Hey Hebrew, what's up with you? How's it going? Because what they're like trying to take what happens on YouTube to the next level, and that, boy, did it lead to, like, there were so many ripples of consequences as a result, which you could kind of say that anyone could predict that. Like, yeah, if you get all these people in person, of course drama's going to happen. Look what happens with just them interacting remotely. But at the same time, oh cool, oh wow, you're. I'm gonna have to try that one day on my break at work. Sneak into a stream. I normally sit in the break room with the coworkers and try to bond, but I might go off. They have like little rooms I can go off into and try to sneak a stream. They stream this channel because I remember in the AOL days they had a lot of AOL drama, and then we would have AOL parties. There was a big AOL, like, not a reunion, but kind of like what they did in Vegas. And we had it in Philly. It was 1998, and a lot of us flew up there and met for the first time. But there wasn't a lot of drama. It was like we were so excited to be meeting in person that we took it as an opportunity to connect even more than we did online, and build an even stronger community. So it was a very positive meeting. But so my point is that even though there's a lot of drama on here, meeting in person doesn't have to guarantee the next level of drama. It could be an opportunity to, because in addition to the drama here, there's also community. So it could be an opportunity to emphasize and build on the community elements instead of the drama elements. But that's not what happened in Vegas. Mike, what happened? Are you talking about the the part with you last night? People were streaming it, like hustling content, smuggling it onto their own channels. I think reaction videos are legitimate content, I guess. It, lots of people do them. Hey, Kane, where you stream somebody else's. I mean, I've done little clips. Like every time I play a Trump speech or something, that's more or less a reaction video. And it is a very particular genre of streaming, and some people are good at it. They can really riff on the material they're reacting to. So I don't necessarily have a problem with it, and I have my channel set to allow restreaming and clips and all of that. Um, but you have to be really good at it if I'm gonna devote the hour or two it takes to watch it. I don't normally look for channels that restream other people's content. I look for channels that have live people on having a conversation. But there are plenty of channels that do. Like sometimes I pull up an open panel and they're all watching a video together and commenting and reacting. What's a co-op? A new Is this a co-op? Yeah, there's there's nobody I whose life to me is not it's not interesting enough, but that I would, hey Jeff, that I would even want as because I can bring my own content. I can bring my own topics, and I do, and I can get my own guest, and we can have our own conversation. So there's nobody whose life is that I would, if I can bring my own content, and my guests can bring their own content. There's nobody whose life is interesting enough that I would bump that kind of ability to create content for. But every now and then, like Trump will have something going, or last night we watched the SpaceX thing. But it's an occasional thing, and usually it's when there's no content here. It's like a backup content. In fact, I could watch the Trump speech today. We started to watch it last night. I mean, we were going to watch it last night, and then a panel showed up. Oh man, that sounds so good. Are you making it yourself? I miss a good stew. Mike used to make this dish in the oven with beef and potatoes and carrots, and we serve it over rice. I want a trad husband to cook beef stew with. Oh, yeah, dude. He's Tonic is trash. He's just a troll. He's just a trashy internet troll. I have zero respect or appreciation for that dude. You could tell him I said that. Oh man, all these people with kitchen skills. My antlers off to all of you. That is a fine art as far as I'm concerned. I could pull off a microwave dinner and a gumbo. I've made gumbo before, which is really not that hard. The secret is getting the roux right, but they have jarred roux now where you don't have to do your own. And really, if you can boil water, you can make a gumbo. You made tacos? You cook like every cuisine out there. I kind of wanted to work at a pizzeria. My very first job when I was like 17 or 18 was at a pizza shop, and I lasted one day. They told me not to come back. I was a bus boy, and I was supposed to help out in the kitchen at the end at close, and I didn't know how to work all the equipment, and it we didn't get out of there till like 2 in the morning, and they said it was I was too slow. I didn't know what I was doing. But I was a great busboy. I was good with the customers. I even got a tip as a busboy. The customer said I want this specifically to go to him. Yeah, that's how we have the dishes we have now. Like even stuff like cheese, that was just people accidentally fermenting milk and then deciding to eat it and say, "Oh, we might be able to do something with this." There wasn't a lot of for I, I got it from a friend. I had a friend that worked there, a friend I went to high school with, and they were looking for people. And he's like, "Hey, man, I can get you on at the pizza joint." Um, but I think they were looking for people that they didn't really have to train, people that knew how to wash dishes. But it was not like in a sink. It was this big metal contraption, and it had all these hoses and faucets and it like washing dishes in a sink would not transfer to how you wash dishes with this device. And so I think they were looking for people that could just pick it up. They didn't have to spend a lot of time training. So the busing was fine. I could clean a table just fine, and I could take the dishes to where they needed to be. It was the end of the night where you had to clean all the equipment, put all the ingredients away, get everything wiped down, and get the dishes washed and cleaned. That process took me a long time. Who made a video about you? You don't even go on panels. Who would make a video about Kane? You can kind of tell what degree, what amount of life somebody has by what they spend their time on. They're making a video about you because they have absolutely nothing else going on in their life to make a video about. That they have to take a person in a chat room, not even on a panel, to make a video about. I remember growing up, it was like fundraisers through school, like maybe the band kids or something like that. They would sell these pizza kits that you could buy, and they came with dough and the sauce and the cheese. They came with everything separate, and then you could take them out and put them together yourself. And my mom bought several of them, and she had them in the fridge. And whenever we were hungry, we could go in there and make our own pizzas. And so I think because of that is the only reason. And in home ec, in home ec we did the pizza where you had to make your own dough and roll it out. It was like biscuit dough, and then you had to put the sauce and the cheese. In fact, they had some pizza dough growing up that you could buy that came in a biscuit can, and you crack it open on the counter. It was rectangular, and you roll it out in a pan. And then they had a jar of pizza sauce, pizza quick or something like that. So that was another way we made pizzas. And so I guess I did acquire the pizza making skill growing up somehow. I had enough exposure to it. Yeah, that's resilience, Kane. That's what I do too. I think this is the more healthy response is to not internalize it and just because it's all about them anyway. Just leave it about them. They're just trying to work out their own stuff through you. Oh man, plasma. You're right. I used to put the canned mush. I like the provolone cheese, or sometimes you could get this mozzarella provolone mix. And I liked the canned mushrooms. And my favorite topping of all is the green olives, sliced green olives. That's what I would put on mine mostly. Boboli, yeah, I do remember Boboli, but they used to sell this at the 7-Eleven for some reason. But I never liked, they were never as good to me as real pizza crust. I would totally, yeah, I could make the gumbo and then everybody else could come and make their own special dish. Or we could just order stuff. I love throwing parties and entertaining. Yes, exactly. Let them fight with themselves instead of making you a casualty in their own little war with their own mind. I didn't think that either until I started seeing who all is using the internet and realizing that I'm way more normal than I thought I was. Grande mozzarella. What is, oh, Gordon? No, I've never heard of Gordon Food Store. Well, I'll have to try it and tell them if it's real gumbo because there's different types of gumbo because the New Orleans gumbo is nothing like the Cajun gumbo that I grew up with. So there's a lot of people that call things gumbo that's probably technically gumbo, but it's nothing like the gumbo that I grew up eating. Yeah, it's all relative because I'm normal compared to YouTube, but then if you saw me at work or in the city where I live, like interacting with the people here, I definitely stand out. Like I'm definitely not the norm up here. You could tell. Like the weirdness is much more evident. I know I am too, actually, Kane. If nobody comes up, I might end the stream early and go eat. I'm thinking about watching that Roadhouse movie today too. They were talking about it last night. The one with Patrick Swayze. It's hard to get good Cajun food outside of Louisiana unless it's cooked by actual Cajun person. But I will tell you those Zatarain's mixes, um, they're pretty they're pretty authentic. I mean they come from they're a Louisiana product. They're made in New Orleans, which is not the Cajun part of Louisiana, but they still capture the authentic Cajun flavor. Like their jambalaya is almost identical to the jambalaya you would find if you went to some Cajun house. And the red beans and rice is pretty good. Also Popeyes, if you have a Popeyes anywhere. The dirty rice, or what we used to call rice dressing, is also pretty authentic. Oh, they have them in person. They're just masking. Because if they come out online, then that means it's in them. It's they're not creating something that's not really there. Yeah, they were talking about it last night, and I'd never seen it because I just thought it was some chick flick, so I never bothered with it growing up. But they were talking about it last night, and they're saying no, it's a deeply philosophical movie, and that I should check it out. The Ersters. Yeah, Cajun food is built around the Trinity, which is what is it? Shit. It's onion, celery, and I'm trying to think of the third ingredient. I should know this. It starts with a B. It flipped my mind. Bell pepper. It you dice bell pepper, onion, and celery, and that is the basis of any Cajun dish. It's called the Holy Trinity in Cajun culture, and every Cajun dish has it in there. And then you build the rest of the dish around those three things. I had escargot once. I was at some fancy restaurant with a friend, and he talked me into getting it as an appetizer. It was okay. It didn't have much of a you had butter. They gave you this butter sauce that you dipped it in. It was kind of tough. I don't like food I have to struggle to eat, like calamari and squid and things that are rubbery and chewy. And it was kind of like that. but it didn't really have a lot of flavor. Nothing like McDonald's fries. Like if I had to pick, I would pick McDonald's fries over caviar or escargot or any of that. I don't know why people, I don't know how those became like luxury delicacies over McDonald's fries. I didn't like caviar either when I had it. And it was another, it's not that I didn't like it. It didn't, it was a lot of money for not a lot of taste. Like I just go get some fries and have a better like culinary experience. Weird foods. I guess it's, I think I've had I'm not sure. I was at a Thai restaurant one day with some friends and we had some weird, they were ordering these exotic dishes and we were all trying them and I think one of them might have had octopus. I don't like seafood. I don't like things out of the ocean though, except for shrimp and lobster. And I like crawfish, but that's freshwater. But growing up, we had scallops too, which were kind of, I mean they weren't too rubbery, but they were they would come on the seafood platter. I would get seafood platter. We went out for seafood a lot, and they'd give you a giant platter like this big, just piled with all kind of different seafood, and scallops was usually on there. But what I've been really hungry for lately is Mexican. I don't know why. Tex-Mex really, not real Mexican. Fajitas, and nachos, and taco salads, and chalupas, and the chips and salsa. Is that a Canadian thing? Not less. Buttered toast. I like to. I never think about toast, but I like toast. Like if somebody had some toast and said, "Here, do you want some?" I'd say, "Yeah, I'll take some toast." But I never think about making it on my own. It swims. I swim. Growing up, my great grandma, we'd go to her house and she'd make a plate of bread and butter sandwiches. She would take white bread and she would smear butter on them. And she'd stack them up. She'd put them on a plate, and that was her snack for the kids when they came over. And we loved them. Oh my God, we could eat. We'd make ourselves sick. Like we'd get sick because we there was so much butter. It's just bread and butter, and we loved it. And it's just one slice. So there was a debate whether a sandwich can be one slice of bread or does it require two. And is hot dog a sandwich? And I said all of those things to me could qualify. If somebody told me that they love sandwiches and they ate a bunch of hot dogs, I would know what they were talking about. Or if they ate a bunch of slices of bread with butter on it, I would know what they're talking about, even if it's not technically two slices of bread. I don't know if I've had Tex-Mex in Arizona yet. I've only driven through Arizona. I haven't really stopped there. But California had the best Tex-Mex so far when I first moved out there, Southern California. And then Louisiana, where the little town I'm from, which is close to Texas, it's like on the Texas border, has like I don't know, probably two-thirds of the restaurant in the town are Tex-Mex. There's literally a Tex-Mex restaurant on every other block. Every new restaurant that opens is Tex-Mex. So they have so many Tex-Mex restaurants there, and they're all slightly different with their styles. And some of them are really, really good. Yeah, we didn't have a pool ourselves, but every time my mom knew a lot, she had a lot of friends, and sometimes they had pools, and every time we got to go visit somebody with a pool, we were all excited because we'd get to swim. Like, bring your bathing suits. We're going to visit so and so. And growing up, some people had concrete swimming pools, and you'd have to wear socks because it would cut the bottom of your feet. It was real rough. And so we'd always have to ask, like, is it going to be a concrete pool or is it like a normal pool? And sometimes it was the pool where I learned to swim. It was this old lady, and she taught swimming lessons. She had a concrete pool, and we had to wear socks to swimming lessons so we wouldn't get cut by her pool. Brown a nice piece of toast. Oh, oh, this is fancy toast. Not laws. This sounds good. I had bison burgers before, and they were the best things. Oh my God, bison burgers and McDonald's fries. I think if I ever get executed, that might be my final meal request. Hey Jeremy, we were worried too. I'm glad you're here. Skate it. You're right. And then in Vegas, we had a pool. Like everybody, all the houses in Vegas have pools. So I was a pool owner finally, and it kind of turned me off a pool. There's a lot of maintenance and upkeep. And so once you actually have a pool, you realize, I mean, it's cool to have a pool, but there's a lot of effort that goes into having a pool. And so sometimes I can see the appeal of not wanting a house with a pool. We had a pool service. They'd have to come. What did they do? Like change the chemicals in the water every month or something? Yes, they really. And we had you had to vacuum it, clean it, scrape it. Like use the net to get the shit off the surface. Things were always falling in it. A nice pool doesn't just stay nice on its own. Like in a day or two, it's gonna be have junk in it that you have to constantly get out. I've seen videos of people skating in pools, but I never actually got to skate in a pool myself. Yeah, that's what they did. They'd come and do all kind of stuff with it. Because you also have to keep the water at a certain pH or chemical balance. Otherwise, it could hurt your skin and your health. But the best part, ours had a hot tub attached. That was the best part. If I could maintain a hot tub. If I had to do it again, I would just get like a big, large hot tub that I could splash around in if I needed to swim. But the hot tub made it all worth it. The slide. Oh yeah, we had the little kiddie pool, like the little plastic pools from Walmart, and it had the little tiny slide built into it that didn't do anything, and we would always put the big metal slide in it and slide from the real slide into the pool. That was fun. And then the public pools had the big tall water slides, which were also fun, and the big high diving board. And then the water parks they had even more stuff. But we didn't really have water parks till I was older. I was probably like in high school. Bikini top. No, I just wore normal swimsuits, with the mesh lining. Like you don't need much to swim, really. And we also, like in Louisiana, we swam a lot in lakes and watering. They had these like public watering holes that you could go swim in. You'd pay like $2 and you could take your whole family swimming. And they were muddy. You couldn't see to the bottom. Some of them had the ropes tied to trees and you could swing off. And they had sand around them, so it was kind of like a beach, but it was out in the middle of the woods. So we had a lot of those kind of places too, where we'd swim. I hate speedos. They're too short. I like I like mid thigh. Has to cover. I don't like to rock that. I like to rock. I don't like to rock that part. It's too confining. I didn't like I in I don't know why I'm telling this, but hey, Frank, I guess this is where the topic is going. As I said last night, conversations have a life of their own. In PE, we had to buy jock straps. That was a requirement for PE. And remember, I got taken out of PE, so I didn't have to do PE for very long. But my mom had to go out and buy a jock strap when I was a teenager. I hated that thing. I never wore it ever. To this day, I don't know how to use a jock strap. I don't know what they do. I don't like them on other people. They I don't need them for anything. That thing was. I guess it's like what a corset would be to a woman, like a Victorian woman. That jockstrap was not intimidating, but over complicated, and they were ugly too. They looked like a piece of drawers they had the big rubber. Looked like a safety strap that you wear for like if you work in a warehouse or on construction or something. I didn't know why you needed all that just for that one part of your body. But I don't play sports either. Thanks, Frank. They're the same. What is it? New antlers, same as the old, because they are. They are the old. What have you been up to, Frank? By the way, I heard you took a little internet break there for a while. Does this mean you're back? Things have changed a lot around here, but at the same time they didn't. It's we have a lot of the same regulars, a lot of new people. The conversations are still you never know where they're going to go. Less trolls, less drama. Yeah, well, you're in a good place then because this is kind of the oasis from the Panelverse. I keep the Panelverse stuff at a very low minimum here. I got rid of all the drama trolls. None of them come here anymore because there's no point. The guests that come up contribute. They have mostly interesting conversations. 200-pound woman in a G string. What would the crime be? Well, Mike, I was like shopping for panels today. Well, I know you know where you are, but I don't know if you know it compared to how it was a year ago, which was probably the last time you were here. By the way, you still owe me a Santa story. Don't get all delicate and sensitive on me. Who's being the fruity pants? I'm just trying to be a good host. I'm trying to be hospitable. I smell that gas again that I was smelling the other day. I wonder if it's coming from my electric heater. Is something burning? That's no. You were going to come up and tell your tragic Santa story. Now you're trying to renege. Can you still say that word? You're trying to. All right. Well, have fun. Tell her I said hi. Tell her we can watch something later. I need my boob time too. We can maybe watch Roadhouse. They do. I know. Yeah, but drama is like dying for drama is like dying for McDonald's French fries. It's not. It's not a long-term diet. It's not something you can live on, and it's not something you can have every day. It's it's junk food. And if people are on here talking about philosophy or consciousness or reality or mental health or something like that, that's way more interesting to me than drama because I can get drama anywhere. That kind of stuff I can't like I when it shows up here it's like oil, like striking oil. He does pretty good, Frank. He keeps it light. He's actually one of the people that helped manage the drama here. He's one of the people that brought most of the drama, but he's also one of the people that helped to contain it. All right, take care, monkey. We'll see you later. That's Frank. He's our OG troll. Dear, dear and beloved. What is. I don't even know what laters means anymore. Who's the grown man older than you? Yes, this is very wise, Sean. Very good insight. Because I think drama is unavoidable. You're gonna have drama wherever you have people. You're gonna have drama, but that it doesn't have to be the trashy bad drama. But that's also the drama. Like there's a certain chemical hit I think people get off of that type of drama. Also, there may not be an alternative. Like that may be the only type of drama they know. So send them over here, and they can get a taste of some better drama and like expand their palate. Mike, who's the grown man that you went on? And we still got to go panel hop one day. In fact, let me see who's streaming now. That's what we can do. Maybe we could stream somebody's show. Nobody's live. TML is live, but I don't like to disrupt his thing. Who does he have on? Uh, his usual crew. Yeah, I was kind of in the mood to go visiting this morning, but I didn't really find any panels that inspired me to go on. A lot of them were talking about the Vegas drama, and I wasn't involved in any of that. So, uh, yeah, that's true. Oh wow, we're almost at an hour. Okay, well this will be a monologue stream then. It looks like Vegas Valley. I think I've mentioned before that living in Vegas, I think trained me for the Panelverse more than anything else because the social politics in Vegas is very similar. It's the same type of people and very similar politics. It's very chaotic, kind of every man for himself. Because Vegas, Vegas is a very new city. Like 20 or 30 years ago, there was almost nobody living there. So nobody is from Vegas. Everybody is from somewhere else. So there's no settled culture with dominant norms. The norms are always fluctuating and they're set by whoever is in the mix at any given time. And it's norms from all over the world. It's an international city. And so you just have to be prepared to roll with anything. It smells like a burnt match. Like after you burn a match. And I have the electric heater sitting right here next to me. And I'm not Sherlock Holmes level or anything, but I don't feel like it even needs that to know that it probably has something to do with this heater. The sphere. Jeremy, isn't Joseph the guy that went to jail? It- Uh, see, I'm gonna take the high road and not step in on this drama. I'll let y'all fight it out yourself. Is he's your friend? What? I thought he did something really bad, which you kind of have to do to end up in jail. I this the story's not gonna mean much to me, honestly, because I wasn't part of Vegas Valley. I don't know anything about it. I probably don't know many of the people involved. I just know it was some YouTube drama that spilled over into real life in a really extreme way. Well, he did he did something. I mean, I have a really good friend, probably one of my very best friends in the whole world, who's a two-time ex-convict. So I'm not necessarily saying that just because he's in jail, he's a bad person. Well, yeah, but that's only part of the story because the whole jail thing indicates that I'm not saying he's not rad, not cool, not awesome. I'm just saying he's also in jail. There's when you try to sell on how cool and awesome somebody is, you have to be able to overcome the jail part. He did mess up badly. Okay. 45 arrest, what? Yeah, cuz it it's amazing. I hear this a lot and I'm not trying to judge, but I don't know what to make of it. I'm trying to understand, but when people end up in jail, it's all about how they messed up instead of how they intentionally made a stupid choice to do something that got them in jail. Okay, and well, I know as a person that is very defensive about people I care about myself. I can understand the impulse and the instinct. I don't know that it illuminates the action for me. But I know that people do stupid things in defense of the people they love all the time. But depending on the level of the stupidity, a lot of them end up in jail for reasons. Who's Dave? Oh, Savage Dave. I don't know him either. It sounds like he does. I mean, 45 arrests, that's pretty high. So I just think there's more to the story. Because it's not even just that he's in jail, it's that he's been arrested 45 times. Here, I'm going to look him up and see if I can get a little bit of background on him. Is he Italian? Let's see. Oh, Lord, he made a terrorist threat to blow. Oh, Lord. That's not. What does that have to do with his grandson? He was arrested after a 5 hour standoff. 20 to 30 harassing phone calls a day. This is not just a one time like oops I made one stupid decision in the heat of passion. This is a persistent intentional pattern over time. A duck couple. Oh, like real ducks. Duck couple. Well, I'll have to I'll have to hear it one day and then part of me is like stay as far away from the it's not worth it. It ain't worth it, Miss Seeley. It ain't worth it. Dummy Kruger. Oh, is that a you? Yeah, I can look him up and get the background. That's what I was doing today on the Vegas drama. I guess this is Vegas drama too. See what I mean about Vegas? The two biggest drama stories in the Panelverse originated in Vegas. I was catching up on the Vegas drama from the summaries that people were doing about it. All right, let's see. What do I look up? Hmm, just type in Joey. Oh, he got arrested on his live stream. God, there's so many episodes on him. Well, Jeremy, I tell you what, at least do this. If you were gonna like make a Netflix series on this documentary, what's what at what point would you start? Give us the significant starting point where it starts to unravel from that point. We know the ending, we know how it ends. And then I guess give me the timeline, like from whatever arbitrary starting point you pick. How long from that point until the arrest? And then I can start to fill in the dots in the middle. Like, how far back do I need to go to understand this part of the story, I guess? How long was Vegas Valley around? The community, the channel. How long have y'all been hanging out? Not lost. And when was he arrested? Like a year ago, two or 2 years ago. It's a specific community within the pound. It's a channel, I think, called Vegas Valley, and that's where a lot of these people met and know each other from. And it was run by this Joey guy who ended up in jail after being arrested 45 times for making threats to people, and he took it real life. And so after that, I think the community dispersed and started merging with other communities. And a lot of the people that ended up here in that drama wave were from the Vegas Valley and the adjacent communities. But I think the guy is due to be released soon, so he could end up back on YouTube. 123 days. That's. I mean, just having a taste of the Panelverse myself, I can. It's not hard to imagine how it went. Hey, Gary Baxter, what are snappers? I guess you can't stream when you're in jail, right? They don't let you. I mean, can you even watch streams? Oh, that one? Yeah, snafu. It'll be interesting because it seems like the drama community, some of it at least, parts of it, have matured since the arrest or since Vegas Valley went defunct. And it'll be interesting to see if his release, how much it rolls that back. Now, who is this person? Oh, social media. Wait, are you talking about? Is that the same one that the same this person you just mentioned? Is that the same person that I'm familiar with? I didn't know you were tied up with him. And it's weird because he's really kind of a deranged leftist. It's weird that you would be that the two of you would be simpatico. So Mike, it's not the other one. Oh, thank you, IG. Yeah, that's what a lot of people were saying. I mean, I never intended to lose them. They just broke. But I decided to like trudge on anyway. Yeah, plasma. I am too. I am too. But I mean, I've gotten to know some of these people, and I like them. So, regardless of the background they come from, um, I've formed my own judgments independently of that. So now I just have to reconcile that reality with what I see, what shows up on the channel. Oh, okay. So the person I'm talking about is a reference to this real person. Okay. And this other person, the original, is he's cool. He's is he in jail? Okay. Well, I don't. I guess that's all we're gonna get from that today. A strong energy. See, back to that fucking energy thing. God, what does that mean? Is it just personality? Like I know what it means when somebody has a strong personality. If somebody told me, "Oh, they have a strong personality," I would know what to expect. Is that what strong energy means? P.F. Jung just did a video. I wasn't gonna show it, but there's a little part of it. In fact, maybe I will show that one little clip because it's about this exact thing. Let me try to find it, and we can see if this is what y'all are talking about. Let me see if this is. All right, let me take out the nerd part, the nerd stuff. He goes into the science behind. All right, this. Yeah, hang on. I think I found it. All right, I found it. Let me cue it up. Here, what? Let's watch this together, and y'all can tell me if this is energy.
So, if you really want to convince someone of a particular idea or policy, you need to activate the more animalistic part of one's brain. How do you do that? By securing the most valuable strategic resource in the Great Meme Wars. Rule number 2. Seize the Riz. Strap in for what I'm about to explain. The fundamental mechanism that generates new knowledge in human beings is called social learning. Learning through imitation. It's
Leaning.
how all of our fellow primates learned, and adorably, how children learn as well.
Oh.
Almost all of the knowledge you have that you think you learned through reason, you actually developed through imitation. And all of your most basic fundamental categories of knowledge you learned probably in childhood. The word meme literally means a piece of information that is transferred via imitation. Language is the central human phenomenon that only exists because of our capacity for imitation. Learning new words means imitating the sounds of other people who speak your language. And social learning occurs almost entirely independent of your conscious cognition. And you're not just learning propositional or linguistic information, you're also learning information having to do with framing and intuition.
Think of language, right? All of us
Let me skip
arrive
over
in the
this
world,
part.
we're learning what happens if you give something to someone. What happens if you're vulnerable? And immensely hard.
And the answer to that is we have information encoded in our behavior that transcends our understanding. Well, how? Well, we're constantly modifying each other, constantly, and the world's constantly modifying us, and there's no reason that while being modified we should also be able to track how it is that we're being modified. We have to figure that out afterwards. That doesn't mean that we don't act out things we think sometimes, you know, that the causal pathway can't go the other way, because it can, but more frequently it's bottom up rather than top down, which is how everything works in the biological world. Animals do and have wisdom, but they don't know what they do, and they can't articulate their wisdom. So it's self-evident that a process like this must have occurred.
Now, here's the kicker. We can make meaningful observations about the social and emotional grammar that you've learned unconsciously by understanding that your intuitive animal brain evolved over millions of years the capacity to identify and imitate behavior that conferred an evolutionary advantage. Remember, social learning is learning through imitation, and there's a specific emotional circuit that underpins the social learning mechanism. It's called awe. Awe, technically speaking, is an emotional state that everyone watching has experienced at some point in their life. Whether they're listening to an anthemic song for the first time, or watching Theoden lead the Rohirrim in a glorious charge against the orcs of Mordor. Awe is marked by feelings of self-transcendence, as well as physiological markers like piloerection, which is when your hair stands up on the back of your neck. Admiration is the lower level manifestation of the awe circuitry in your brain, and that serves as the basis of social learning and imitation.
There's a continuum between admiration and awe. And then you can easily make the case, I think, that admiration is the felt sense of the instinct to imitate. So you see children, maybe they'll hero worship someone, and then they'll imitate them, they'll copy them. They find someone who's in that zone of proximal development, and they start to copy them. That instinct to admire and experience awe facilitates that mimicry, and that increases the probability of the manifestation of complex adaptive behavior.
In other words, there are a set of evolutionarily selected for characteristics that, when acted out, catalyze in others an unconscious physiological instinct to imitate that person's behaviors, and more importantly, imitate that person's beliefs. This is how you win a meme, believing that the intellectual is the most admirable person. And while the intellectual will win the admiration of some, it is but one path to admiration among many, just as the blacksmith is but one god among many others. Winning a meme war requires gaining the admiration.
Ways you can be successful in a modern culture, and you can be successful in dimensions that aren't really even associated with each other. So you can be successful socially, that's what an extrovert would do. You could be successful in terms of intimate relationships, that's what an agreeable person would do. A disagreeable person would be more successful with regards to competition. An open person would be looking for a flexible, creative environment. And so there's this multiplicity of ways that you can establish a dominance hierarchy and be successful in it. And so then we say, well, look, that person's admirable. Admirably proportionate to your right. The ability that becomes a
person that other people admire. And there's no one more admirable than our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. No, but wouldn't that be funny if this whole video was just click on my Jehovah's Witness?
So anyway, I'm interested in if it's that, if it's this circuit, emotional circuit that we have that picks up energy and as a form of learning, like if we're wired to, and so when people talk about energy, is that what they're talking about? Is it some like our animal brain? Right, vibes. Not necessarily over logic. I didn't play the first part of the video, but he said that there's certain really spurgy autistic people that are wired for logic, but that most humans get their learning through vibes. So it's not that vibes are superior to logic, it's that if you're talking about the mass of humanity, they still learn through vibes. They're not the hyperlogical autistic types. And so if you're going to address normies, you have to understand this vibe epistemology because that is how they process most of their social information. Are y'all talking about Joey or Jordan Peterson? Let me see. Oh, they let him. He has email in jail. This is true, IG. You really can't. What are y'all trying to go back to anyway? The drama? The one that led to jail in the first place? Don't go back to that. Y'all evolved. Y'all have already evolved. Y'all are like the little fish with fins crawling onto land. At least in my opinion. This from what I've seen of you here. I don't know what you were like back in those days, but you seem if it was something that led to jail, you seem way cooler now. Is Joey one of these people with awe that people like get energy from or imitate or learn whatever from? Like Trump, I think Trump might maybe has some of that in a way. Hillary Clinton had none of it. Kamala had none of it. You were the good guy? Well, how did the good guys end up in jail after 45 arrests? That's what I'm wanting to know. Because that's the part I just can't. That's where the dissonance is. That's the part I can't resolve. Otherwise, I believe everything you're saying. I just have to figure out how to fit this jail 45 arrest piece into that. Some people do, Mike. Um, I get told that a lot. A lot of it's by women, but sometimes it's by really passive men that don't like it. It's you know what I was thinking the other day. In fact, I was gonna do a topic on this. This is perfect. I complain a lot about women, but I was thinking the other day about something that all these women have in common. And another type of women that I don't have an issue with and I don't really complain about. I wonder if it's not female, like male, female, and male, but if it's introverted, extrovert. It is introverted women. Because extroverted women, I don't have a problem with. And introverted men, I do have a problem with. They're the prissy, fussy, sensitive. Hey, Spike, you are not a robot. I was thinking about you the other day. Introverts are constantly babysitting their inner world. And if anything stimulates it too much, then they get agitated. That's where the hypersensitivity comes from, the caring, the framing everything is an attack or offense or the walking on eggshells feeling. You have to constantly babysit introverts' experience. And extroverts, you don't have to do that. They're very relaxed. They're comfortable around people. The conversation kind of flows back and forth, and nobody freaks out or gets uptight about everything. So I wonder if it's the intersection of introversion and femininity, not just femininity itself. Because up here, it's like 90%. This is an introverted culture, and everything is normed around the needs of introverts. And so if you're an extrovert up here, especially an extroverted male, where introverted females, I think, set the norms here, there's going to be that clash. I don't, Spike, were you part of this Vegas Valley thing? And do you know anything about how this guy ended up in jail after 45 arrests? You know what? I'm gonna I need some more coffee. Just as a filler, I'm gonna put on the first part of this video so I can go pee and get some coffee. And then I'll come back and we can talk about this. I'll be right back, y'all. Hang on.
War of ideas, a war between memes. We are in the midst of a war of ideas, a war between memes. And just as there are rules to military warfare, like always seize the high ground,
I have the high ground.
and never invade Russia in the winter, there are also rules to ideological or mimetic warfare. And if you want your ideas to infect the minds of others, you must recognize and abide by the following. Rule number 1, logic is subordinate to vibes. If you're watching this video, there is a very high chance that you are on a skewed end of the personality distribution, where by the virtue of the way your brain is wired, you find abstract ideas and the discussion of abstract ideas inherently interesting. You probably know, but don't reflect on the fact that most people are simply incapable of or uninterested in thinking about and evaluating complex abstract ideas. So even though you might just naturally and spontaneously admire someone like Destiny, Jordan Peterson, or CJ the X, you are a fool if you think anything other than a minority of the population finds their rhetoric as engaging as you do. Winning an ideological war, by definition, means winning the hearts and minds of the so-called normie. And normies do not care how logically coherent your socio-political worldview is. Logical argumentation and Socratic discussion are disgustingly useful ways to refine ideas and craft powerful theories. But being able to make a sword is an entirely different thing from being able to wield that sword. This is a much deeper point than just saying there's a difference between being smart and being a good communicator. I'm positing that when it comes to winning a meme war, logic is subordinate to vibes. And if you're someone who thinks of themselves as rational and progressive, you might want to listen to the neuroscientists who've been trying to tell you this for the past 30 years.
Progressive thought came out of the Enlightenment. What Enlightenment views? Rationalism. Rationalism said, we are all rational beings. Everybody is equally rational, and therefore we can govern ourselves. We don't have to depend on the king or the church to tell us what to do. We can govern ourselves.
I smell that gas
facts
again.
Matter.
It's out in the hall.
Science matters because facts have consequences for material interests. Therefore, if you just present people the facts, they will reason to the right conclusion.
Yes, why wouldn't they?
False.
If you look back, most people until
All right,
the
I
last
could do without him. It's out in the hall. It's that gas smell. But there's no appliance. There's nothing in the hall that would have gas in it. But that's where it's the strongest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna text him now and let him know that I'm smelling gas. It's really strong when I walk out of my room. All right, so what yeah, you're right. That is it that's what's supposed to happen. Science is supposed to change over time in response to new facts and new data. Hey, Daniel Barry, you too. Wait, what does a robot do after a one-night stand? Ah, thank you, Shift. What was I doing? Oh, texting my roommate. Hang on. Let's see. I've been. Okay. Hang on. Where? There you are. Hey, Ricardo, what's up? No, it's that, you know how that natural gas, they put that smell in natural gas so that you can smell it when it's growing up. It happened if the pilot light on the heater went out. You'd start being able to smell the gas. And it'd be like, oh, the pilot light's out. It's that smell. But I don't think there's even any gas in the apartment. I don't think anything is wired for gas. Stop. Oh. That's what I'm wondering, Busk. But it's really strong in this one part of the apartment where we don't even have, there's no outlets, there's no appliances, there's nothing. It's just wood stuff. Like, so I don't even know why the gas would be there over any other place. Oh, you want me to read it instead of just show it? I did read it. Why does a robot, what does a robot do after a one night stand? He nuts and bolts. Get it? Because he's a robot. Only after he screws. I don't. Do they have one? Is there like an app I can download that detects carbon monoxide? I wasn't around anything that would have rabies. I seem normal, huh? I hope I don't seem rabid to any of you. So anyway, we were going to talk about something. I forgot. Oh yeah, Spike was going to tell me about this guy. Hey, Untrackable. What is up? What you doing?
I am so worried about you. First
Why?
things first. Well, like, okay, so you told your like landlord or something? Are
I
all your
just I
drugs
I
hidden?
just texted my roommate, so I'll see if he
Okay,
knows,
cool, cool,
has an
cool.
explanation.
Because the last time I was here, I think you were talking about having like a bunch of drugs in your drawer, and I just want to make sure that.
I don't have drugs.
What? I thought you had the pot.
Yeah, but when that's not drugs in a drawer.
What? Since when?
It's pot. It's been there like 6 months or so. It's been there forever.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with this
Mm-mm.
gaslighting.
I
Yeah.
haven't smoked weed since like last
Okay,
fall.
so then the only explanation is rabies.
Where would I have gotten rabies from?
I don't want to say your antlers, but
Oh my God. Do
yeah, it's transdermal. It's gone through, it's seeped through your.
transdermal rabies
Yeah, look it
from
up.
plastic deer antlers?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, are you like, do you find yourself not interested in water and only
No,
drinking
I love
coffee?
water. I drink it all the time.
Okay. Well, let me, what's your phone battery percentage at?
Um, it's charged.
Okay.
I
Well,
charged it this
well,
morning.
if it was less than 5%, I would say surely it was rabies. But all right. Well, I don't
I'm
know.
gonna go smell one more time. Let's see.
Yeah, do it.
Oh my God, it's strong.
Oh God, this is so terrible. Why is it so dark in your hallway? That is like the most ominous
Because there's
hallway
no
ever.
lights on. Who keeps the light in their hall on if they don't
I
need, if
don't
there's
know.
nobody in the hall? That's
If
weird.
the- Okay.
You keep your
Did you
hall
get
light
any
on?
like? Did you feel any like cold breezes? Like, could it be a ghostly sitch?
No, it's this waft of natural gas smell.
You did not just say waft. Wow, good for you.
Waft.
Oh my God! Don't talk about my allergies. What the fuck?
You have
Don't
allergies?
don't put it. Yes, I'm allergic
Did
to.
you know about the rat hair, right, and the roach legs and peanut butter? You don't even need
Um,
an allergy to have reasons to avoid it.
what?
The government allows a certain number of roach legs or rat
Oh,
hairs
in
and
your
peanut
food?
butter. It's like 7 or 8.
Yeah,
rat
well, and
hair,
well, there's
4 or 5
like bugs.
roach legs.
Yeah, there's bugs up
Legally,
in ketchup.
because
Yeah.
it's impossible to prevent. There's no way to eliminate it completely. So they have a threshold that's
Mm-hmm.
acceptable.
Yeah.
Maybe it's you could be allergic to rat hair.
Okay. I'm also allergic to formaldehyde. I'm not going to argue these things. Like, I think they're okay to be allergic to.
Oh, they're telling me to open my windows. Yeah, that maybe I can go do that. But then I would lose the smell, and nobody would.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing, though. I don't think we have gas, and this. I don't. I think it's all electric. I don't think that there's anything gas in it. That's
See,
what's confusing me. I can't think of a single appliance in here that runs on gas.
so some people think that you might be the kind of person allegedly to have like bodies under the floor. Could this be a situation where you're starting to like get caught?
Why would I keep bodies under the floor? What would I even do with bodies? I wish I had a body in this room besides my own.
Hmm. Okay, I'm writing that down for science. I don't know if that's like the right kind of answer, but somebody
No,
record that.
besides, I'm on a second floor. I'm on a second floor apartment. There's no under the
Um,
floor. It's just be
okay.
somebody else's
Okay. In the
place.
wall? Do you hear a crackling sound in the outlets?
No.
Hmm. Do you know how to do the Macarena?
Um,
Do 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 do
something
do
like
do.
that.
Yeah, you did it good.
Eh, Macarena.
Ow! Yeah. I think if you knew how to do the dance, your odds of survival would be better.
It's in this day and age, in 2025,
Hmm.
the Macarena still has survival power.
Look, I ain't the one
I
that is
think it
all
would
like,
be
oh,
I
my
think
house
it would
smells like
decrease
gas.
my chances if someone saw me doing the Macarena.
I think it would be dangerous if you were doing something like hot, 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 because that seems very flammable. And we're trying to avoid that.
Oh, we have another guest. Untrackable. We
Hmm.
found you. You found us. What's up?
We're tracking you, haha.
Got air on me.
Yeah. Wait, did you used to have like way more beard before? Like what's happening? Didn't you have like your actual like beard?
He
Yeah,
did. He
yeah.
had a beard.
Okay. Hi to your face.
It hit it really well because nobody
Wait,
saw this coming.
wait. Do you think there's any kind of connection to the fact that this gas leak and his missing beard? Do you think he's like hiding in plain sight in this situation? He can't hear me, right?
Yeah, he could hear you.
Oh, okay, I was just kidding.
Oh.
No, that's something, every time I do it, when it gets like 6 to 8 inches long, and then I just take it
Oh,
off in a clean sweep, and people are
oh,
shocked to see my face. They're like, "Well, what made you want to do it?" And I said, "Well, the last thing you want to do is look like the person that everybody saw commit the crime." You know what I'm saying?
that's right. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look at this in plain sight. That's untrackable. That's hilarious.
All right, y'all chat for a minute. I'm gonna go follow up on this gas leak thing. Maybe open a window. I'll be right
Okay,
back. If I
here's a
don't come
badge.
back, call somebody.
Okay, who are you gonna call untrackable?
I'm gonna call his life insurance.
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, you know what we should have. Wait, Jeff, come back and sign some paperwork real quick. Jeff, come back. Leave us all your shit. Hurry. I can forge it. It's cool. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember a story. It's been quite a long time, but this woman got in trouble because she was taking homeless people and buying life insurance on them, and then they wound up unnaturally, killed, and
Mm.
she was collecting on it. Like, I think she did it like a handful of times or something like that. And they were like, wait,
They had in her garden was like filled with their remains, or is that a different one? Because there's, I think, more than one that did that. That's like an old timey thing too. Like back in the day, like those ladies would put out ads for someone to make an honest woman of them and whatever, and then they would collect like travelers, and then they would go missing and whatnot until they
yeah,
went into the garden.
yeah. No, I think the bodies were recovered and whatnot, but I honestly think that in that story that I was thinking of, I think they were poisoned. So like
Oh
she
God.
would buy the life insurance policies on
Mhm.
them, and then she would be the good Samaritan that would visit them and bring them like food, and
Hmm.
then die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Black Widows. Those Black Widow ladies.
No,
But
but
this sounds like she wasn't even married to them. She just was. I don't
yeah,
know.
it was like
That's
anybody could have a policy on anybody. You know?
that's crazy. There used to be like a situation like that too, with like old timey like skeleton collections, like for doctors' offices or whatever use that is, and so people would often go missing. It's like H. Holmes. Have you ever like that dude with like his trapdoor house or whatever?
Oh, geez.
That guy was crazy. Okay, but this is the most important question. Did it smell like natural gas before Schmurder?
Where?
Wherever these wherever the Schmurders happened, did it smell like natural gas first?
Oh, I have no idea.
The answer is yes, and then we can fucking frame this. Hey, Jeff, we've got a great idea. We have a proposition for you.
Okay.
Okay, so first things first, you have paper and pen.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
we're gonna
opened a
need.
couple of windows.
That's adorable.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm a propositional type of guy,
okay,
so
cool.
hit
So
me.
you're gonna want to do something like I, and then put your full government name. Maybe underline it. Hereby bequeath and bequeath all of my belongings and my sacred stuff too. I don't see you writing. It's kind of weird.
I'm waiting for the rest of it. I have to have the whole sentence.
But basically, we just want to welcome you to leave all your stuff to us.
What
In the case
stuff do
of
you want?
dibs on the weed in the drawer, obviously.
Oh, you can have the weed. Here, I'll just say it on stream. That'll hold up legally. Shift gets my weed, everybody. She
Thank
gets the little
you.
pack of
Thank
Jack
you.
Herrera that I have.
Fuck yeah. Wait, what do you call it?
And I have Jack Herrera. That's the brand, the flavor, the strain. And
Jack there?
yeah,
Okay.
it's a
Who's that?
classic strain. He's some guy that invented a strain of weed.
We're so long. Caught the bequeath. I thought it would be all inclusive.
Maybe that's the smell he's got.
Yeah, do you got a? Is there a queefer in
No,
your
I
house?
didn't. It's not. Maybe the smells
You can
completely different.
differentiate between a queefer. Okay, cool. That's gonna be the first thing that the first responders are gonna ask you.
It smells good. No, it smells nothing like what I was smelling out in the hall.
Wait, is that my drug? Are those my drugs?
Yeah, it's a little pack. This is what you get.
Oh,
Here's your.
yay! Dibs.
And there's another one somewhere that I lost in my closet.
Oh,
You'd have to dig around for it, but I think there's a second one lying around somewhere.
Okay, cool. There's a
Oh my
request to
God.
mute me by someone who lies about me using a voice recorder, but that's cool, and who threatens me, but whatever.
Connie wants the Baphomet. Okay, sure.
Oh my gosh, is this the like everybody calls dibs on your shit stream? That's dope.
I guess
I'm
so.
trackable.
They're all
I'm
picking my
trackable. What do
bones
you want?
clean already. Speaking
I'm
of the
trackable.
animal
You're
part of our
next. What do you
brain.
want?
Oh, Plasma. Okay, Plasma gets the antlers.
Oh my
He
gosh,
is
you
a
love your chance untrackable.
Oh no, it was like what we were talking about, Jeff. I just need your social security number because I'm
Yeah.
gonna take a life insurance
Oh,
policy
that's
out
right.
on.
Oh,
So
That's right.
you're
That's
so
right.
thoughtful.
it won't
It
cost you a
is
dime.
so
I'll
simple.
pay the monthly premium. Just
Mhm.
when this gas leak gets to you, man.
I
Yeah.
should open the window in my room too to think. Yeah, no, Browns. It definitely was from the inside.
Or you should shut the windows again and just like lean into it. You know what I mean? And then go stare at the poster on your background and just
You want
like
weed that bad? Yeah, they don't have weed where you are.
not yours, not mine, future mine. I don't know. I'm
Oh, hey,
throwing off untrackable's like uncovered, unveiled face. It's freaking me out. The snozzberries tastes like snozzberries.
Here, I'm gonna
Oh
go open my room window.
my gosh.
start licking the glass. This gas is good, bro.
Oh my gosh. Hey Jeff, come back wearing a costume. Wait, there's
What co-
t-shirt?
what costume?
Any kind of costume. I don't know. He had like a bunch of hats before. Oh my gosh. Yo, if you don't have a fire on my calendar, what are you doing with your life? You know,
What
like when
calendar?
December
Oh
a
no, I
fireman?
don't have a. We
What?
did talk about like putting together a Panelverse calendar. The
Oh goodness.
12 people from the Panelverse that want to send in a pose.
Mm.
Well,
I
you have
can't.
to have a 13 because you have to have the little bonus month for the
Oh yeah.
following January.
For the procrastinators, you know, you get a couple extra weeks. Okay, so who would be the St. Patty's Day like pinup?
We need a March. I wonder, should it be correlated with people born in that month? No, that's too much information for people. Just somebody that would be able to represent like some Irish person, I guess,
Yeah,
with
I'm
a
totally
mug of
not.
green beer and maybe a green beard.
Oh, untrackable. You can't do it anymore.
I don't know.
I would have picked April.
Why?
Well,
And you've
I'm
been
an
in the
April.
show.
I'm an April baby. I'm a tax return baby.
Oh,
Tax return, baby. Wow.
Yeah, because tax day is April 15th, and I was born on the 16th.
Oh, birthday dogs. Do you know what, Spike?
how do you say it? I'm curious.
Say it like it's meant to be said. I say GIF.
I've heard GIF before. GIF, GIF. I say it either way. I never say it actually. I don't think I've ever said it out loud. I say it in my head when
Hmm.
I'm looking for them, and I think I say GIF or GIF. I think I've said
Hmm.
both.
They're both acceptable.
GIF peanut butter.
Or you could do like the phonetic alphabet, which would be like "get in, freak."
Oh, that, that's what Mike says too. Never mind, never mind, never mind, never mind. I won't give him the pleasure.
Because what does GIF stand for? That could determine it.
Graphic,
So
sub
it's GIF.
image, format.
It's GIF. Then it has to be. If
No,
the G
just
is
because
for
the
graphic,
acronym is
it's not
there.
giraffe. Giraffic.
Oh gosh, they got to you.
Well, I'm telling you right now, there is no Jif except for peanut butter,
Peanut butter, and jelly.
and they
You
got two
know?
F's for Jif. I think I could be
GIF.
Wait,
wrong.
do they? I think that's a Mandalay Bay effect.
Delay Bay effect.
Mhm.
Is it
I almost
sinking?
spit my beard. Like they.
Oh, look at Ricardo Sanchez. That's a Mandalay Bay. Sort of.
Ricardo Sunshine.
Yeah, look at that beautiful avatar.
Oh
That's a
yeah, it is.
perfect
It is
geometry,
a
like all up and Mhm.
Mandela B.
Mm.
GIF and VR. Oh Lord, VR GIFs.
Mhm.
Do they have the Mike Cerrone GIF in VR? I think Mike's the only one among us that has his own GIF so far. He's reached GIF status.
Um, mm.
You have a GIF
What's happening in the GIF?
in the GIF.
Yeah. What's it a GIF of? Like him lying or threatening or what is it?
Oh, there's several actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
It represents my personality. Okay.
And that's beautiful and complicated. Whoa.
You know they have mandala coloring books too that you could. My
Yeah,
friend
yeah.
used to create her own mandalas. She was an artist. They were very intricate.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. All right. Well, do you feel better? If you start to feel like dizzy or something, you should probably go outside. Just
I
FYI.
don't though, but it was doing this yesterday too, and I was fine. Oh, the air smells so fresh now that I have the windows. Maybe we were just, it was like nasty
Maybe
air.
that's
We're just
it.
cooped up
Yeah.
in this apartment with no airflow.
Or is it just dude funk? Do you live with a bunch of dudes?
One dude and
Oh, is it one dude funk?
his well, I have funk and then his, and then
So
he
it's
has a
double funk.
boyfriend that comes over every now and then. So,
Huh?
and then he has friends over like periodically. It's a bunch of dudes in and out of this house.
It's a funk fest. Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, it could be.
Howdy do ya.
Hey, well,
How's it going?
Hi.
Pretty good now. What's up?
So the gas thing is your neighbor wrote you back?
Wrote me back.
Yeah, didn't you text him about it?
Oh yeah, but he never did. He never got back with me, which is
Shit.
suspicious.
Oh my gosh, I hope they're okay. Check on them.
Yeah, or
Man,
he could be
Or
sleep. Maybe he's asleep somewhere.
it would be unnerving if I smelled gas all the time. That'd be kind of.
hold on, Chuckle, did you used to have hair on top of your head too? Did you just like ditch it all?
Huh?
Oh my gosh. Hair to take on tomorrow. All right. Well, it's been a pleasure. I'll bug you later. Stay safe, Jeff. I'm worried. I'm gonna worry.
If you don't see me out by Monday,
Okay. Then I'll collect my herbs.
you
Cool.
get your weed. Yes. Tell my, what do you call him? The person that
pot?
administers the
Oh.
estate.
Oh, I'm like your. Oh shit! It's escaped me.
I know it escaped.
Attorney, like a not a general attorney. What's it called? Power of attorney.
yeah.
No.
I think
people.
it's called executor, right?
Executor.
Oh,
Thank you.
executor.
Just tell my
Yeah,
executor.
but untrackable.
that-
For fuck's sake.
Not his executor. The executor.
Okay. That's the gas's job. I'll stay in my lane. All right. It's been what it's been. All right. Adios. I was never here.
Take care. If the arrows don't get you, the gas will. Busker, what's up?
I'm hunting down my smokes, and
Oh, okay.
here they are,
I see.
right under the bag. Not too much, man. My mom's in the hospital again.
Oh,
Yeah, a couple days ago, or in the morning, she couldn't breathe really, and they took her in. They found fluid on her lungs, and they, not to be too graphic, but they drained a liter, and then
God.
she had to stay overnight. The next day, there was a liter and a half.
so it keeps coming back?
It must be, and they don't know. The doctors don't know if it's the infusions of this medicine she's getting, or if it's just the cancer. I don't know. They don't know.
Oh, I didn't
So
know.
I think they're convening on that. But right now she's in the hospital.
Are you gonna get to go see her?
No, she's only going to be there a couple days at best because you know how it works now. They kick you out.
Mike.
What
what's
happened,
up?
man? What happened? Did shift drop?
Yeah. She's,
Yeah, people like
she's
people like to
floating
talk
on her
shit when you're
way.
not there, when they run away. When they talk shit,
Well,
then they
no,
run
no,
away.
I don't let you on. I
Yeah.
don't let the two of you on
Yeah.
the same panel anyway. So
It's all
even
good.
if
It's all
she-
good. People like to run their fucking mouth. It's all good. It's all good. But like I said, if you want to have something to say to me, say it to my face.
What did
Don't
she
do snarky
say?
comments and bullshit. That's all. You know, I'm very strong about protecting you and your channel, Jeff. I'm tired of the fucking people come up here and they act like they're your friend. They're not, bro, these people are not your friend, bro. They shit on you on other panels. They do. They shit on you on other panels, bro.
Shift does?
You know. Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, that's
Shift.
Liliana's best friend. Liliana and Senior Citizen Saul, that's her best friends.
I have not even thought about Liliana
Anyway,
or
I
knew
come
that
up,
she
I came up
existed
to ask,
for months.
I'm sorry, Jeff, I came up to say, hey, if you want to talk shit to my face, talk shit to my face. Because, I mean, I'll flip the troll mode on, no problem. Not for you, Jeff, I'm talking about, but people like to make little snarky comments, trackable, be more, hello, sorry, I mean to be disrespectful. But, yeah, but people like to run their mouth when you're not there. When you come up, they bounce, you know. That's all it is.
Y'all would not have. She would not have been able to run her mouth to your face. Here,
if you're going to talk about somebody, talk to them face to face. That's all.
Hey, Mike, I'm not up here to fight with you, bro. I'm not up here to fight with you, Mike. I just want to say that you want people to say face to face. So that's what I'm doing. You shit on everybody. You talk shit about everybody.
Hebrew. Listen. I'm not going to pick on you. I'm not going to pick on you. You try to tell Jeff who to have on his panel. Dude, I'm not going to pick on you.
He's never told me.
Listen. Because if you've admitted that you have mental illness issues. I'm not going to pick on you.
This is a mental health channel. Most of the people that come here,
I don't want to go there.
Issues.
Don't want to go there.
Okay, so what happens when you go over to Kane's and you say, I made Jeff's channel. I made Jeff who he is. If it wasn't for me, Jeff wouldn't even have a channel. Blah, 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 blah. So, Mike, that's
Jeff,
you talking shit about Jeff, right?
Have you ever heard me say those words?
No, but I don't watch you on all the other panels.
No.
What I said
was, Hebrew, you have mental illness issues.
I don't want to have
this. I don't
want to have this.
That's okay. So Jeff, what I did say was, see how they all run in packs? They're all little packs. That's all they are. They're little coyote packs. They can't battle you one-on-one. They have to come in packs.
Well, they're not trying to battle me. They're trying to battle
Of course. But the bottom line is this. What I had said was, I said, look at Jeff. I came on Jeff's panel, and he blew up. And I love it. It's all positivity. It's all great. That's all. I never said I made you.
I don't care what people say
anything
about
like that. But the bottom line is this. I'm getting more and more tired of certain panels. Jeff, I'm not tired of you, but I did make an experiment. I went on a couple panels that I don't normally go on last night. I went on a few panels that I don't normally go on, or I haven't been on in a long time. And it showed me how you're nothing but content to them. That's all you are. They're not looking to have a conversation with you. They're not looking
that says something about them, not me. But I'm other people's content. I'm flattered. Shift is in the back. I don't even know if I should risk this.
So after last night, we had a great conversation, me and you. 3 different channels restreamed it and picked it apart.
Why?
It's crazy.
And Kanye does have a point, because Busker was sharing about his mom, and now we have a drama storm that broke out.
That's cool. I'll drop. You guys have a good time, but Jeff, just be careful. Wolves in sheep's clothing. These people come up, act like they're your friend, and they bash you on other panels, dude. They do. So just be careful, man. That's all.
Wait, hang on. Just stay there, Mike. 1 second. Shift wants to come up for a totally
I don't want to talk
reason.
to her. I don't want to.
Not about you at all. She wants to come up for a totally different reason. So I'm just going to swap you out real quick. I'll bring you back. What's up?
Yeah, no. I just wanted to say that you had somebody on your panel who was sharing something incredibly important. They were sharing about something that's impacting them in like the most important way. And it got completely derailed by some BS by this person that starts shit for no fucking reason with strangers. And so I just want to genuinely throw out like heart hugs and prayers to Busker that was here and sharing something that is always going to be more important than the bullshit that this fucking dick rash wants to make it about. It will never be more important. His bullshit. I don't even know who the fuck he's claiming I'm such good friends with. But
he said Liliana and the guy that makes hateful videos about me.
Okay, well, have you ever seen me over at that channel with the guy?
I don't watch their channels. Well, I've never seen Liliana, but I don't watch their channels.
It doesn't matter. Again, like look, again, I don't want to make it about him, but go back, rewind. This motherfucker consistently pokes at me. I wouldn't even acknowledge him. That would be a delight for him to be poof. But he pokes and pokes and pokes and then bitches about it. But that was just such an ultimate disrespect to Busker and his family, to what he shared here. That was just sickening. And so that's all I wanted to say. So Mike is going to continue to be a jerk, but that was cruel. So again, I'm so sorry. And like, that's it. So I'm going to go. I left before Mike came up here. So he's the one that's whatever. And you keep us separate because again, he can't keep, he's bitch. He's just a bitch. So fuck you for all the things, including now this Mike Cerrone. You suck. You fucking suck. Thanks.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, well, thank you for putting me backstage.
If you want to come back up, I can squash this.
Yeah, that's cool. Jeff, I think we're done. I think we're done with all of this. But the bottom line is I didn't hear Busker what he was saying. You know, me and Busker get along just fine. We have a great time and we talk. There's no issue there. For her to placate you like I'm some monster because I interrupted what Busker was saying, I didn't hear what he was saying. I didn't hear what he was saying.
The thing about
that's not,
and she knows this and you know this. I make my own decision. I can make my own judgments about people.
There was nothing malicious there, you know, but they want to, just like Hebrew, they want to stir you away from they want to dictate your panel. They want you to have who they want on their panel.
None of them tried to tell me who to have on my panel or not. They were just voicing their opinions and feelings about you.
That's cool. That's cool.
Which really they're not supposed to do on the panel, but
it's all good, man. I got no problems. But like I said, man, I don't have to come on. I can take a step back and you do your thing. But I've never or will never have anything negative to say about you. I won't.
I don't want you to stop coming on. I appreciate when you.
Yeah, I just think I think.
But also, like sometimes when you come on, people see for some reason they see it as an opportunity. Oh, I get to confront Mike now, and that's not what this channel is supposed to be for.
Yeah. Like I said,
most of the people that come on when you're on are not people that have an issue with you, so it works fine. But every now and then, for some reason, we still get people that have things to say.
So I interrupted somebody, which I didn't hear was talking. I didn't even hear it. So that's my bad. It's my mistake. Me and
you didn't really interrupt because he talked, and then I said, "Welcome, Mike."
Yeah.
So I'm the one that kind of transitioned the conversation onto you, but I do that to every new person that comes on. I acknowledge them and welcome them on the panel.
But I'm the bad guy. Listen, I'm kind of tired of making other people's, not you, Jeff, other people's content. I'm getting tired of it.
Well, so hey, tell me what they said last night, or can you send me a link or something? You said they picked it apart. I'm interested in their analysis. I love watching reaction videos.
Well, there was a channel where they showed you in your panel only certain parts of it, and they cut and clip it and stuff like that.
Oh my god, that's so much effort to put into it.
Trying to make fun of me, but it's like they don't have anything. And it's funny, if these people were cool to me and they were like respectful and said, "Hey, Mike, come on up or come on my panel," I'll come on their panel and give them clicks and views. But they're just disrespectful. And you have Kane again, Kane Catharsis, playing videos of me for hours and hours and hours. It's like, dude, you're a grown fucking man. Do you have anything else to talk about?
He usually
it's like,
does.
Jesus Christ. What is the obsession? I don't get it. And the whole thing with Shift left. So you and Liliana had a big fight, and then I was told by someone I know.
We didn't have a fight. She's just a troll. I recognized
Liliana try to dictate your panel, and then Shift and her are like besties, and then Senior Citizen Saul is like Liliana's best. All I'm trying to say is this is just YouTube bullshit. Dude, I'm almost 50 years old. I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm just tired of it. And Shift kept saying, and Mike, and Mike, and Mike. She kept dropping my name. I'm not even on panel. It's like, are you that fucking obsessed with me? So when I come up to confront somebody, they run away.
Yeah, not laws. You're kind of right.
Yeah.
This is
Jeff, enjoy,
it's
man.
bringing back memories from like months ago. This is what used to happen.
I know, yeah. It's bullshit, and I'm tired of it. I love coming up and having a conversation. I think we had a great
Well, then
conversation last
let's
night.
just do that. Let's just continue
We
from
had
here with the conversation. Untrackable. What is going on with
yeah.
you? What's up?
We had fun. We had fun last night. Had a great time, and they want to pick it apart and make fun of it.
Yeah, I
And
had
it
a
just,
lot of fun.
I
Let's just keep doing
yeah,
that. There's no reason to
yeah.
let whatever they're doing disrupt that.
It's kind of like a sour taste in your mouth. You're kind of over it, kind of thing, you know. So I'm sorry to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand the reaction.
Yeah.
Nothing. There's nothing. I don't know. There's nothing I can do about it other than
No, I'm
continue to
not.
do the good stuff. Hey, Bones.
And Jeff, I'm not asking. Look, Bowen's another one of their trolls. But yeah, they all troll together. It's a group of trolls. And Bones is one of Tonic's guys, and Tonic was the one making fun of you last night. That's
Yeah,
one
I
of
don't like
Tonic's
Tonic.
trolls.
Tonic and
Yeah,
that's very out in the open. But
yeah.
I judge
Bones is
each person
Tonic's.
individually
Yeah,
unless well, it's really just that one person.
they're all scumbags. They're all scumbags. They want to run around and look for content and make fun of people.
Well, if
And
they
want.
weren't doing that, what would you want to talk
Yeah.
about? To like, if none of this
I
ever
thought
happened today, what would we be talking about?
I thought we had a good conversation yesterday, and then people are trying to placate it and act like something that it's not. But maybe I'm burnt out. Maybe I just need to walk away from YouTube. Maybe I just need to take a step away. You know, it's becoming not fun anymore. It's just not fun. You know.
You've also been going on all these other panels too and exposing
No.
yourself. See, I stay here in my little
Yeah.
corner, and so I don't have to see all of that.
Last night was the first time I went to multiple panels in months.
But look at you today. Like, look at what
Yeah.
one night of going to those panels did.
Exactly. So the assumption is that they're scumbags. They're piece of shit people.
So stay away from them.
No doubt. And that's like I said earlier. I'm glad it happened. I'm glad that the reaction that I got kind of affirmed what I thought. You know. So.
Welcome back, Untrackable. What's on your mind today?
I just took that that opportunity to handle something. You know what I mean?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That was good timing. We were looking for a new conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Flat.
Nothing's new in my life, but I am kind of excited about this St. Patty's Day celebration coming up.
Oh, what's happening?
Well, me and my wife, like, we used to go out all the time and be part of everything, be part of the community and stuff like that. The beer drinking corner bar community.
Oh.
But the past couple of years, we're living our life, handling our household and with our daughter and everything, and so we just don't do that anymore. Like, Santa Claus comes for Christmas, so we go out for that, and 4th of July, or maybe every once in a while on a nice warm weekend, go and link up with people, but it's not a regular thing anymore.
So it's like one of the few holidays that you still do.
Yeah. And the place that we go, the owner is from Boston, and even though he's probably like Italian Boston, he's still Boston. You know what I mean? And he throws down pretty hardcore for St. Patty's Day. Like,
do they have the green beer?
Yeah, they do the green beer.
Okay.
But like the first year he did it, he actually had to start turning people away because it has a max capacity of like 120. So what he started doing was actually cordoning off the parking lot. And it's like, okay, you have less parking spaces, but you could still park out on the street. And if you're going to a big party, it's not a big deal to park on the street and walk a little bit. You know what I mean? And so he gets upwards of 300 to 500 people there now. And the weather's supposed to be absolutely horrible for us tomorrow. All the tornado stuff that's coming
Oh my
across the country.
God. I saw that
It's
on the news.
yeah,
Or do
it's
you
gonna
work
hit
that
us
day or are you
tomorrow.
off?
We're actually planning on doing it tomorrow,
Oh, okay.
but the weather's supposed to be absolutely horrible. So it'll still be St. Patty's Day, before the next week starts because St. Patty's Day is Monday. So
Yeah, no doubt. I remember one time the old adage of they said if you drink too much. I don't know if you guys remember this when you were younger. If you drink too much of the green beer, you'll pee green. I've never heard anybody say it, but you're drinking food coloring. That's what that's food
Yeah,
coloring.
that's what we used to put in the beer for St.
Yeah,
Patrick's. Is green food color,
yeah.
but it wouldn't
And
really
they said,
turn it green.
you drink too much
Just
green
darken it.
beer, you'll pee green.
There
Yeah.
was these vitamins we used to take that used to make us pee green. These vitamin
And
packs.
yes, anybody listening, asparagus does make your pee smell weird. It does. Something chemically in your
I've never
body.
smelled my asparagus pee. I'll have to remember that next time. I love
I
grilled
love it.
asparagus.
Oh my God, it's so good. You ever have it with holiday sauce? Hollandaise, right? Hollandaise sauce. That's French, right? I think hollandaise sauce is French,
Or
I
is it
think.
Dutch? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. Who knows? One of those crazy countries. Who knows?
Let's find out what it is.
it's
Holland.
delicious.
People always say hollandaise, like with the accent, but I think it's
It's
holiday.
French for Hollandic
Yeah.
sauce. It's a
Yeah.
French word for sauce from Holland.
It's like butter, cream, mayonnaise. It's like whipped or something
Wow,
like
it goes
that.
back to the Middle Ages.
Yeah, man. Crazy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I wasn't upset
words.
earlier. I wasn't upset. I'm getting tired of people that like to run their trap and don't talk to people directly. That's all. And I do apologize, gentlemen.
But
I
that would not have
apologize.
happened
I
today
apologize.
anyway. Like I know that you
I'm just.
prefer that, but I don't want people doing it here.
It's one of those things where, like,
Unless
I
they
took
pay for
a
drama court, then they can confirm.
right. I took. It's funny because I took time off from other panels, and then when I went on this other panel last night, they're like, "Oh my god! Oh my god!" They're like,
But you
they're like
knew that was gonna
jumping.
like you had to know that
Yeah,
was gonna
yeah.
happen.
But I'm not that popular, so I don't know why people are so like just jumping off of roofs. But it's negativity, and then I'm just, like I said, you have to starve them sometimes. You have to starve them of their fix,
And you
and
were in the chat making comments. I saw that.
well, there's a sock account of mine too, so be careful. There was a sock in Bananas, and there was a sock in yours, and there was another one in Chaotix. So they are sock. Jeff, I swear to God, they are sock
But
accounts
that
with
didn't
my
look
name.
like a sock.
They are. They're sock accounts.
Okay,
I'm
well,
saying it might have been me, but they are socks that have the same name.
are
So
you doing anything for St. Patrick's?
no, I do not. One of my best friends is hardcore Irish, but they get hammered, and I don't want to be around that. It's always like
Oh,
yeah, a
not even on that
drunken
one day.
stupid.
Yeah.
They get hammered. They get hammered, man. I don't want to be around that. There's always something that pops off. But no, I'm just gonna chill out, hang out, probably make some Irish food, maybe make some corned beef or something
What's
like that.
Irish food?
Corned beef,
Potatoes?
cabbage, shepherd's
Oh, right.
pie. I think shepherd's pie is more Scottish, or is it Irish? I'm trying to remember. I know Scottish is haggis and a lot of the fried fishes, like the deep fried cod and fish and chips. I think that's more Scottish, I believe.
I thought it was
Um,
British.
I think Scottish is really who coined the fish and chips. I think I could be wrong, but I think the Scottish are the
Gotta
masters of
look
the
it
fish
up.
and chips.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Fish, often considered the national dish of. What their national dish is fried fish and French fries.
Good man. Oh my God. You get that really good cod. If you deep fry that cod, yeah.
The national dish of the United Kingdom. So it seems British, but let's check shepherd's pie. says French. Cottage pie. It was originally called cottage pie. No, it looks English. British also.
You
Oh,
have two versions.
there was a
I do
recipe
believe.
for shepherd's pie published in Edinburgh in 1849, and that looks like the earliest
And I do believe they have two
appearance of
versions
it.
of shepherd's pie. I could be wrong, but I think one version is beef and one version is lamb. So I think
Yeah.
there's different versions of shepherd's pie. Maybe the lamb is more of the Scottish versus the beef. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. It's darn good though. Shepherd's pie is delicious. It really is good. Sorry,
I
neighbors
love
are out here
shepherd's
yelling,
pie.
but very very good. Corned beef. A lot of people.
Ugh.
Corned beef is kind of like an acquired taste, but I love
Yeah,
corned
I
beef
didn't
and
acquire it.
cabbage. It's excellent. It's excellent.
It's funny. Like you talk about,
Yeah.
especially in the United States. You talk about like Italian people or Irish people, and it's like, yeah, my family that led to me is 100% Irish. Can be traced back to Ireland. But I would never in my life tell an actual Irish person that I'm Irish. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Because I don't know shit. I don't know shit
Well,
about my heritage.
it's what's kind of funny in a way because untrackable, you have very dark features. I mean, you could be taken as Native American, you could be taken as Italian. Like you have dark features, man.
but a lot of Irish people have the dark hair.
What do they call it? Trackable. They call it the Black Irish, like the dark-skinned Irish.
I
Yeah, so
think
there
the
are dark Irish people. There are.
well, I
I
think the Black Irish is
really
something
don't
else.
know.
Let me see.
Yeah, I don't know.
Irish refugees of the Great Famine. It later described a term of people of Irish descent who have black or dark colored hair, blue or dark eyes, or otherwise dark coloring. And in Ireland, it's used to describe Irish people who have African heritage.
Okay. Yeah, I've got blue eyes, and for a long time I had dark hair. It's kind of lightening it up now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess as we get older, it gets gray. You know, our hair turns to gray as we get older. You know.
Yeah.
Jeff is going to get when Jeff hits 65, he's going to get gray antlers. What do you think?
No, I should just sprinkle some snow on top. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll do some glitter, some silver glitter.
That's it. But I do apologize about it earlier. I just I get worked up because I'm getting tired of all the bull crap. So I do apologize, gentlemen.
I
do
know,
apologize.
but this has been the same. This has been the pattern for a while now.
Yes.
You were just staying away from it enough.
Yeah.
Where it didn't show up.
I really, really loved last night because it really showed me how messed up people really are and how they're dying to pick apart anything that someone says of any
But
relevancy.
you knew all this. Is not a new revelation.
I did know it, but I was away from it for a while. In other words, I was separated from it for a while. So like the reinvention of that. Yeah, the reinvention of that was like, whoa, these people are simply like, they have nothing to talk about. Like, I can't imagine, Jeff, I'm almost 50. I can't imagine people 50 to 60 years old spending their entire day making a channel about one person.
You haven't hung out with a lot of old people then.
But
Because that's all they did growing up was sit around and
Yeah.
talk about each other.
That's unhealthy. It's just an unhealthy obsession. That's all.
Stay away from it.
Yeah,
Don't go in the
it's very
past.
strange. It's very strange. Super strange. You know, I'm going to make a channel tonight only about this one person and talk about them for 4 to 6 hours. Dude, do you get out of your house at all? Like, Jesus. You know, there's millions of people out there. But it's all right.
I can speak on this a little bit, and it's not about you. Honestly, it's about me. But I was in with a channel, and that channel went hardcore in talking about somebody, and they clowned them. And I made comments and talked on panel about this person, as if everything from that one side had shaped my thought about them. Even though I had talked to that person before and clowned him to his face, but he's a real person too, as well, and he runs a channel. And I still feel welcome over at his channel because in my surfing, I've met so many people and experienced so much that I let go of being one-sided or being an attacker really at all, even for anybody else, or taking somebody else's opinion and attaching it to them. But in those moments of me being that towards him, and like I said, he does content. He does content all day, every day. My face wound up on one of his clips of like, stupid people saying stupid stuff. And you guys know I drink, and sometimes I go on channels and I try to sound. It's not like I'm trying to sound intelligent. It's just this is what makes sense to me, and this is the topic. And then he takes a clip of a sentence, and it's like idiots on the internet, and then there's my face saying whatever it was I said. And I'm okay with it. If I put myself out there and you want to clip it and say something, that's fine with me. But as far as holding the grudge based off of somebody else's opinion, I really don't. I really don't do that anymore. It's been a hell of a learning experience. And like I said, I could go over to that guy's channel when he goes live and invites people on panel, and I can participate because I'm not after picking on somebody when I go to their channel anymore. I never really was, but what I did on other channels, it always comes back to the person that it's about, and I kind of just had to accept that that's out there in the world. I confronted him about making a video about me. I never confronted him about even the things that I said. It's just live and let live. And when you do learn a lesson, what do they say? The biggest apology is to change your actions. So I feel like I've done that, at least towards him, but also I try not to go down that route with anybody else again when I do participate in panels. You know what I mean? But that's just my story and my learning curve. You know what I mean?
Definitely, and it makes a lot of sense. It does. Makes a lot of sense. I think one of the things, and Jeff, tell me if I'm wrong, and Trackable, tell me if I'm wrong. There are dozens, probably hundreds of streams that we've come on and we've had great conversations with no drama. We can talk about anything. But the difference between Jeff and Untrackable and me is that I'm reactionary, where Untrackable or Jeff just let stuff roll off their feathers. It's whatever.
Oh,
I don't
you've seen
care.
me spurg out plenty of times.
But yes, but I am 10 times more than you are when I'm reactionary. Now, what you gentlemen don't understand is because there has been so many years of picking and prodding at me. That's why I have a lot more aggressive stance on someone messing with me. But the bottom line is this, is that people will hate on me, but when I'm not around, they're begging me to come back. In other words, cancel me, right? Remember the whole campaign of cancel me? And then when I took a break, well, where is he? Well, where's he at? I mean, what's going on? They're foaming at the mouth for you to come back. Because what I'm trying to say is, as much as they hate me, they need me. They need me there. They need a focus to kind of point their fingers at. But every finger pointing at you, like Untrackable said the other day, is 4 fingers pointing right back at you. So these people want to pick on people, but they don't look at their own actions. They're bullying.
So why
tactics.
do you fool with it? Just leave them alone.
I really don't. Jeff, when I come on your panel, we have
You
great
went on their panels
conversations.
last night. You talking about them now.
I wanted to test the waters. I wanted now Scatic Truth CT.
I keep
There's
getting
no
eaten by piranhas. Let me test the water one more time to see if
yeah.
they'll eat me
That's fine.
differently this time.
I'll take Jeff. I'll take my lumps. I'm not going to argue with you. I don't argue with you, but CT's channel is great. It's fantastic. I mean, we have good
When are
conversations.
we going? By the what does he stream regular, like the same time all the time?
Every day. It's random. It's random throughout the day, so you have to catch them. Sometimes to do 2 and 3 a day. See if you can get on there. Yeah, I'll always go up. But like when I went to some other panels yesterday, I could see the nonsense being there. I could just see the nonsensical nonsense. But it's okay. I mean, I don't. No, different channels. I'm not.
And who's the other one? Lit Sweet Mama or somebody?
Messy Sweet Spot. If you can get up there, that's a very large
there's a
channel.
line.
Yeah, they'll have 400 or 500 people.
I'm not. She got.
Oh yeah. If you get on there, if you can get on there, and you're in the big time. You got 500 people watching. 500 people. You know, it's not like
internet's saying that CT kicked you off the panel yesterday.
No.
Oh, he's saying it's not true. Didn't happen.
Yeah, CT puts people backstage because he has people take turns infighting with each other. But no, I was never kicked off.
Oh yeah, I do that too.
Yeah. So you know what Internet God? I'm not going to drop any names, but Internet God. It's funny. I know who that is. It's just funny. It's an old troll who will never come on panel, who likes to run their little cocksucker in the chat. But come on panel.
No, don't come on to here. Not
debate me on panel. Debate me on panel.
Unless you have $100 to drop.
Yeah, you can't. He can't debate me on panel because he'll get destroyed. So someone tried to debate me yesterday, and they got obliterated on panel. So it is what it is. You haven't seen me troll, Jeff. Have you seen me troll?
All right, I shouldn't do this, but I can't help myself. Who tried to debate you yesterday and got destroyed?
Look at me on Hand Bananas, going back and forth with Snafu.
I would never pull up his channel.
Okay, if you watch me destroy Snafu, it was me.
Oh well, anybody. Yeah, I'm proud of you.
But
by the way.
It was me.
Anybody could destroy him.
Me and Hank and Banana, and then Chuck came on. You know, Chuck hates me, so I was fucking with Chuck a little bit.
Oh, I love Chuck.
But Snafu came at me sideways, and I ripped him apart, dude. It is epic. If you ever want to watch it, it's epic. Like I would just destroy. And Hank was dying. Like I was just ripping Snafu apart. And that's the troll side, but it takes a lot out of you. You don't want to troll constantly, but he kept asking for it. It is what it is. He's going to send his minions after me. He has a zebra, and I'm like, "What are you going to send the llama and the giraffe after me?" And like I just kept messing with him over and over again. It was
llama after you.
Yeah, you're going to send the llama and the giraffe after me, your little crew. It was funny because he kept saying that I'm a friend of Talcott's. I'm like, no, I don't like Jack.
I thought Talcott didn't even like you.
No, he hates me. I troll the piss out of him, and it was funny. That was a funny stream, but at the end of the day, I'm like looking back on, this is like not really good because it's not healthy to be fighting with people.
Right,
that are
you
not
were staying away from it for a while. What's going on in your life that you're back into it?
Nothing.
Maybe
I just got
the problem.
I got a hair at my tail, and I was like, let me go and troll a little bit, and I was trolling. The last time I trolled, I think, before that I was trolling Cheesehead. I was trolling him a little bit because he was talking.
I like
crap.
Cheese. What you troll all the people I like.
Well, he was talking crap to Zell, and then I like Zell, and I came up there and I started crapping on Cheesehead, like defending Zell, because he kept calling Zell a hoe and stuff like that, and a skis, and then I just like snapped on him. So, yeah, it's all good. But listen. You know, the trolling, it's fun in the moment, but it's exhausting. It's exhausting, and it kind of gets old.
Exhausting.
It really does. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. But I am glad I did it because it's like in a way, it's almost like it's kind of like an ex, right? You're like, man, do I really want to rekindle this with this ex? And you're like, and all of a sudden, it's a hot dumpster fire. So I'm kind of, in a way, glad I went back to that last night because it showed me that it's not where I need to be.
Does that make sense, Jeff? It's not where I need to be. I need to be
So
away
you're
from that.
yeah, but you're still in mess. You keep saying how much they need you, but you need them too. If it's like an
I
ex,
don't.
well then
Because
there's
I mean,
something that keeps pulling you back.
yeah,
That's filling a need in you.
you're right. Well, maybe you're going to motivate me to stay away permanently. So maybe you are
You were
the
doing
push I
so
need.
good on your own.
You're the push I need. Yeah, everything's good. Everything's fine. And sorry,
All right.
Intractable. I know you not have a whole lot of time to talk, but I do apologize about over talking. But it's just, I think everything happens for a reason. I do. I really do.
It's either in my eyes, it's one of two things, because this is how I feel about the things that I have done. It is either one, you have something inside of you that you want to get out, and it has nothing to do with people saying stuff about you, because if you put yourself out there, you will get criticism around every blade of grass. You understand? Two, oh God, I lost my train of thought.
Oh, it was a
So
good one
yeah,
too. I hope it comes back.
or two, you find it more entertaining with the drama.
Hey, man. How you doing? Hey, how are you?
So
Who's
it's
that?
either you have something in you to where you just love
It's
the
chemical. It's
attention and fighting with people and being able to say nasty things to people and see them say nasty things about you, so that way you can say more nasty things, and it's a never-ending circle. Or
doing the
it's
nasty.
it's entertaining. It's fun. It's like playing sports. Like, nobody wants to really hit each other, right? Yet
Oh,
we
hey, my
yet there's
roommate. I hear my roommate. I'm gonna go ask him about this gas. I'll be right back.
okay.
All right.
Yet there's boxing matches. Like, no, I don't want to hit you, but I do want to box the best if I want to rise to the top, you know? And people love watching fights and people love watching drama. I mean, watch TV. So much of it is, it's written, but it's drama. The soap operas back in the day, that was glued to the TV on the soap operas, and I'm like, these rich people arguing so much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when you have the opportunity, to, pick the person that you want to be and just be it. And when somebody criticizes you, yeah, you might see it, but choose your response accordingly, because it may not be worth it if it's taken a toll on your mentality. It may not be worth it at all to give it any mind. I've been called, yeah, I'm a nobody, and on here, like, I don't create stuff. I serve panels, I meet people, and I talk, and yeah, I've visited the dark side, but it didn't motivate me to create a channel or to go to other channels and say, hey, don't talk to this person, don't talk to that person, don't listen to these people. It's like, hey, it kind of is what it is. And each and every time I show up, wherever I show up, I just got to be me. And, some people don't like it. Some people do. I might have a point of view that once I get it out and say it, and then I have some time to think about it before I go on a panel again. That view, once I heard myself say those words, that view might have changed. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to argue with the people that didn't like the view when I said it and how I felt in that moment. You know what I mean? So I'm not telling you what to do. I don't think I'm giving you a class on anything, but this is my experience in how I've dealt with people that have said nasty things about me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No. I agree completely. Yeah, and it's just funny because it's like, I think the biggest thing, I think untrackable is that people will lambaste you. People will put you down for things that you've said and done, right? People that you've said and done. But then they don't look back at themselves. The people that are putting you down have said things that were so much worse than what you said. But they get a pass in their little hate group. So what I'm trying to say is I'm not looking for validation. I just think it's almost like a case study. It's like you look at people, the way that they act, and if you notice Trackable, they all travel in packs. You never see one troll. All of a sudden, it's 15 of them. They're little. They hate bond. And one thing I was talking to someone about earlier is like, I've seen people that hate each other one week, then they both don't like somebody else, and all of a sudden, those two people are friends again. It's what they call it, hate bonding. Is that what they call that? Hate bonding, where it's like
Possibly.
it's the, and then
But
once
at
the
the same
fire,
time,
yeah,
if you've ever been a member of a team before, there's two choices in being a member of a team, and that is, one, what team do you join, and two, what position do you play?
Sure.
So I want to lean towards the light, and I want to be the impartial, nice guy that just tells my truth as I see it. I don't want to be the enforcer on the hockey team. You know what I mean? I would rather be the defender. The defender that doesn't have to throw the gloves down to prove a point when somebody hurts my player. I would rather pick my player up because he was done wrong. Let somebody else fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. I understand.
You do have these choices when you interact with people.
Yeah, it's just like little by little, it gets, you ever notice that it gets less and less fun? If you're not having fun doing something, then why are you doing it? It's out of repetition. In other words, repetition just brings you back to the same thing that you maybe not even enjoy. It could be a relation, any kind of relationship. Repetition will bring you back. But if you're not enjoying it, then what's the point of coming back?
Well,
What's
then
the point?
that's what you just kind of explain the situation that you're in.
Sure.
You tend to enjoy a bit of trolling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you aren't enjoying trolling, then you need to change your position on the team. If you want to come up on panels and have conversations and not be and not be picked on, well, then you need to go up on panels, have conversations, and not respond to the people that want to fight with you or call you or something. Just leave them the hell alone. Just don't respond to them.
Have you ignored trolls before?
Yeah, I have. With some help from channel owners, and don't say those kind of things. And in other words, I've been on panels where people are putting pictures of my kids up there and talking about my passed away relatives and stuff like that. And then the channel owner's like, "Ha ha ha, that's funny. That's free speech, and that's cool. I just will not come back to that panel."
Yeah, I wouldn't let that happen on here.
I know you wouldn't, but I mean, I've been through those types of situations, and then.
But like today, when you were making comments in the chat, if I had said, "Mike, stop making those comments," that would have helped.
If you ever
normally
tell me
I
to,
like to leave grown people alone to do their thing, but if I know that it might help,
no, it's like I said, I like to fun
I don't
troll.
like the police.
I like to fun troll, but I'm not talking about anybody's family or anything like
But
that.
today it didn't sound very fun for you or for anybody else.
Oh, I'm good.
Well, you
I'm
weren't.
fine. No, I am fine. I'm completely fine.
We can
agree to
from here,
disagree.
then.
We can agree to disagree, and I think that this is necessary. It's a necessary evil to kind of figure out exactly where you want to be, how you want to navigate, and
I like the non-troll. I like the mic that showed up months ago, like the troll mic. I like this non-troll mic a whole lot better.
Yeah,
it's more three-dimensional and more of a real
we
person.
had a great conversation. I think the other night we had a great conversation.
Yeah, we did.
And
hey,
people are saying that I was drunk. I'm not drunk at all. Like, what are they talking about? Like,
I can't tell. This is Jeff's bar.
Yeah.
I can't tell
Yeah.
even who's most people that come on panel are drinking and I don't even know it. So
Not at all. I don't slur my words. I'm not incoherent. So, but it's one of those things where one time I took a shot out of a bottle one time, and then they want to talk about that was what, over 2 years ago? Jeff, 2 years
you
ago.
did sound a little sloshy last night to me.
I was tired. I was super tired. I was super tired. But that's okay. It won't happen again. It's no big deal. And like I said, I panel less and less and less because I'm kind of getting tired of being other people's content, and it's just
That's
sometimes
probably
you have to
always going to happen. So, I don't
not
know if you're
always.
ever going to be able to stay away long enough and then sneak back on and not still be content.
Well, I don't have to sneak. I go to other communities where people don't even know where I'm at. I'm on other communities. It has nothing to do with drama.
Wait,
It's
there's
completely
communities
different.
where they don't even know you and you're just a
Yeah.
normal, ordinary person?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
They love me. They love me. And it's great. It's good conversations. And people can't find me because I'm on a different account. So they can't
But
find
do
me.
you go up with your face?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
We have great
Oh,
conversations.
but you mean it gets around the trackers?
It gets around them because they can't. It's a different account. It's a different name, a different account.
Well, that's
Everything.
good. That's good that you have that.
And I think I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to go to that only. I think I'm going to go ahead and leave this behind and move on. And I have a soft spot for you. I like coming on your panel, and I
Well,
think
yeah, I
I've
was gonna
helped.
say, don't be a stranger here.
I think I've helped you grow, but I mean, the growth is you. It's you. You're the owner, but I've helped you by just being a part of what you're doing.
No,
A
you
part
did.
of
You
it.
helped a lot.
Just a
I've
part.
acknowledged that before,
And
too, many times.
the biggest problem is that I helped Kane a lot. Catharsis. I helped him a lot when he first started. And then once he hit 500, he turned on me and started making fun of me. And I helped him a lot. Like, I got him up. And then all of a sudden now I'm a joke. So then now I removed myself from that channel. So, but it's okay. Listen. People are going to ride people's coattails. It is what it is.
Well, I still want to
Everything's
go
good.
panel hopping with you one day.
I will. We will. Everything, once Joe gets back, everything's going to change. The whole community is going to change when Joe gets back.
Oh, you the guy in jail?
Yeah, Vegas Valley. It's
He might be like the pimp from I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker.
Everything is going to change. Trust me when I tell you that's the general of the community. Like, everything is going to shift. Everything is going to change.
What's he gonna do?
It is no. It's just to where people are drawn to him. People are drawn to him. If you watch old episodes, it's the craziest
Yeah, I'm
shit
gonna have
I've
to
ever
do that
seen.
because I don't see myself getting drawn to this guy or
People
many
are
of the people that
drawn.
hang out here.
And it's fun. We laugh, we joke, we have a good time. Like, it was probably the most fun I've ever had, like, on a joking panel. Like, you're more of a serious conversationalist where you like to talk about topics and real life. But like, when it comes to like just like potty mouth humor, that channel was so much fun. That's what Jeremy was saying earlier. Jeremy's right. Me and Jeremy were up there all the time. And it was just fun. It was fun. But people hated on Joe because Joe got to, like, one of his channels was like 60-something thousand people. Like, it was crazy how much he blew up. And people just started hating on that. But keep doing your thing. I just hope you get to where you want to get to on YouTube. So I think a lot of us helped you get there. Helped you.
Yes,
But it's ultimately
this is definitely community driven.
Yeah.
Project.
No doubt.
I did not do any of this just on my own.
Yeah.
But I think that the community that grew up around it is what keeps me going. So everybody.
It's funny because
helped get this to where it is.
The people that don't want people on their panel, the people that, I guess, like the people in the chat right now. Oh, get away from him, get away from him, right? But they'll never contribute to your channel. They're just little chirping birds in the tree. They'll never come up and contribute. So be careful with these people that try to influence you into, their narrative, but they're never going to come up and talk. Like, in other words, let's just say that me and this person come on panel all the time, and me and this person give an ultimatum to the channel owner. The channel owner has to pick, okay, well, I would rather have this person. It's better for my channel than this person. I can understand that conundrum. But these little chirpers in chat, they want to tell you how to run your channel, but they don't contribute anything but negative comments.
That hardly ever happens anymore.
Yeah.
Most people
And then
know that I'm
once
going
I
to do
step
what I
away,
want, and they don't bother.
sure. Once I step away, which I'm going to, they're going to have someone else to chirp about. It's going to be the next person, the next target. It's
Well, they
funny,
can chirp.
you know, funny but not really. Yeah.
I mean, I grew up in the
But,
South.
you know,
People
they'll find the
chirp. I
next.
grew up in a small town in the South.
Yeah.
I'm used to chirping. People chirp all the time.
I used to love that. I used to always, that was my thing in chat. I go, I like to make the bird noise, and I do my little hand. They just like to chirp. They'll never fight you in person. They like to chirp. But yeah. But anyway, you know, keep doing what you're doing, man. And you're growing.
Mike
Right,
likes
yeah.
pickles and salami sandwiches. Science
Right.
fact. That's pickles. I like pickles too.
That's it. Because of not laws, I stopped having maple syrup. So, you know, it's all his fault. Dirty Canadian, you.
So you don't want
But
him
now,
as part of the U.S. You don't want him as the 51st state. You don't want to share a
he's in
country
the.
with.
Well, I think what I heard was through the grapevine is that Not Laws lives on a boat in the Gulf of America. I don't know if that's true or not. No, it's all good. It's all fun and games. But yeah, man, it is what it is. But I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna have a snack. I think I'm gonna have a snack. But yes, yeah, I'm just kind of getting over all the stuff. I'm getting over it.
I know, but that's. I think you're going to figure out the right thing to do because.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it might just be to
But
pop
like you
off.
said, you were testing the waters, and now
Yeah.
you have some more data to work with, and I think you'll adjust from there.
What I learned, Jeff, is that people are just pieces of shit. That's what they're just. People are so shitty. It's not everybody. I'm saying the what I found out on the negativity side. You know, people are just really shitty. They're shitty people. So,
Helena,
it's all
I'm not sure. Did you want to come up? I'm
Yeah.
going to go as long as there's people on.
Well, I'll drop so you can have all the haters come up. You know, they can say, "Oh, yeah, Mike better run," but it's all good. No,
That's two people today. That was.
I'm joking.
I didn't see that coming.
I'm joking around, but yeah, you know,
I
people
don't
are gonna
predict
miss
any
me.
Mike haters coming on.
People are
afterwards.
they're gonna miss me when I'm gone. You know, but it's all good, man. But listen, I'm gonna jump down. You guys have a great Untrackable. I got to tell you, Untrackable. In all the years I've been on YouTube, and this is not like a pulling your pud kind of thing. You're a really good guy, man. You're a good guy. You've always been very balanced, and I appreciate you, man. I do appreciate talking to you. I was out of pocket one night, and Untrackable kind of put me in my place. So I appreciate you, man. Salute to you, and you know, Jeff, I'll talk to you later, man. Guys, have a great stream.
Take care,
Hey,
Mike.
take care of
Take care,
yourself,
man.
sir. Okay. Mike, take care of yourself.
I'm glad y'all got to talk. I think you had some wisdom for him.
Well, again, it's like I'm not the one to tell somebody what to do, but when you recognize a problem that are reoccurring, and then if you have any experience with that problem at all, tell your own story. Don't tell somebody, hey, stop this, stop that, and just leave it at that. Put some context to it, because if you had a problem and you don't explain your proof of story and experience, then it really means nothing, you know?
Well, my story is that when I left the trolls alone, my mental health got a lot better, and I was enjoying YouTube a lot more. And it seemed like that's a similar situation to what Mike was in. But I'm not a compulsive troller. There's nothing that keeps pulling me back to that. I can get one taste of it and be good and never have to go back.
Yeah, and I can say this from, like an analogy for like at work, right? Um, your boss calls you out and has to write you up for your failure.
That
Um,
happened to you?
oh, it's happened,
Oh my
bro. I
God.
mean,
The day they write me up, that's it. It's, I don't think I've ever been written up.
but how you deal with the write up means something. So, there's several ways that it goes about. At least at least three ways, and sometimes they can all exist together. Is one way is to while you're explaining yourself while you're getting written up, is to say, well, this person gets away with X, Y, and Z. Be like, oh, well, I was just doing what they did, and they're not getting written up, blah 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 blah. And the other way um is to take the write up, but then go and badmouth your boss to all the other employees. He wrote me up because of this. He picked on me. Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So it's either badmouth the other employees for what they get away with, or badmouth your boss for having a selective instance of your failure. But then that third way is to communicate with your boss, accept your failure, and then move on with your daggone life.
How many times have you been written up?
Bro, I've been getting written up my entire life.
Oh my
Every
God.
job, every job I've ever had, there's always something. It could be a nitpicky thing, or it could be an actual,
How
that's
does it
how.
work? So they call you into their, they say, untrackable, I need to talk to you in my office today. And you go in and they say, this is what you did. I need to write you up for it. I'm going to write you up.
Yes.
Because my immediate thought is if I fell short somehow, then get a different employee. I'm obviously not if you're not happy with my work, then why am I wasting my time working for you? That's my first initial thought. That's what a write up communicates to me. So what's the purpose of a write up if
Well,
it's
it's
not to like make the employee think they're not doing a good job?
well, sometimes it really doesn't have anything to. It can be performance related,
Oh,
but there's policies when you have an employer, right? So let's say attendance. Attendance is the biggest thing that people get in trouble for.
oh yeah, I don't
Whether,
have that problem.
okay, so early in the year, at the end of January and the beginning of February, right? We got snow, and my wife often works out of town. So the tiniest little bit, or even the threat of snow, will close public schools. And that means that I have to let my boss know, hey, they closed the school. My kid has to do remote learning. I can't come in today, right? And so what happened was twice in a month. Um, one day was a snow day. Another day was a day I wasn't feeling well, and I called out. We do have these allowances as employees to take days off, even on short notice. It's like calling in sick. I'm sorry, I can't come today.
Hmm.
But within the same month, my wife worked out of town, and even though I had communicated to my supervisors that, hey, I'm going to be 30 minutes late because at the same time that I'm supposed to be at work is the exact time that the bell rings and they start letting kids come into school. And I had to drop my kid off at school. And then I have to drive clear across town to get to work. So that added up enough points to earn me a write up. and I didn't throw anybody's name under the bus, and I don't go talking to other employees about, oh, I just got wrote up for some bullshit, yada, yada, yada. I took my hit on the chin, and that is the rapport that I have with my supervisors, that even when I may, have a serious mess up, that could prevent it from becoming like, hey, we have to let you go type of thing. You know what I mean?
If they're at the point where they need to write me up, they might as well just let me go. Because in my mind, it's all the same thing.
Well,
If they're disappointed or unhappy with something I'm doing, so uh, I'm obviously
right,
not the ideal employee anymore.
but they're following the written policies, right, that don't account for the fact that they are hiring full-time employees that, uh, hey, emergencies can happen, and it's like you know the school's closing doesn't fall under FMLA. You know what I mean? So you're not protected there. You might be protected for the day, but then say, like I said, within the same month, um, you wind up actually being sick, and it's best for you to not be at work. Um, some people say, "Oh, I've struggled through. I've never missed a day." Blah 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 blah. It's like, oh, okay, good for you. But it it's in the policy that we do have these allowances. It's just don't abuse the allowances at the same time. So if you put somebody else under the bus, that's a bad teammate to me in my mind. And if you go and talk shit about your boss for writing you up for violating the policy, that's an I think it's just as bad, because you should be just as much a teammate to your leaders, but actually having conversations with them, and like I said, tell the truth. And if it's an issue um that is inexcusable, it still might be in your best uh benefit to tell them the truth.
I mean, I don't lie. If there's an issue that can't be solved with a simple conversation and it has to escalate to a write up, that's already a sign that something's so off. Because to me, the policies are the lines that you have to stay in while you're doing your job. And if I go outside of that line to a degree that they need a write up, I am not the right part that fits into those holes, into those lines. So it's just an indication that it's not a match, because there's nothing that I'm doing at work that shouldn't require just a simple conversation with me to address. So if I do
Okay.
something that goes beyond that, then they might as well just fire me, or I quit, because I know what I bring to a job. And so if my challenges and limitations outweigh all the other stuff they're getting by having me as an employee, if the balance is tipped to where I'm now a liability, then that is the point that it's time to separate. Otherwise, they need to just let me continue to do the work that I'm there to do and leave me alone to do it.
I understand that, and there's also different levels of companies, to where smaller companies, the leadership probably has more discretion, whereas you know top 5 companies in the entire world, um, the person that's writing you up, they're not writing you up because they want to write you up. It's because levels of people are looking at numbers, and they want to see results, and they
So you're talking about
actually,
like a corporation or something, like
yeah,
Amazon, because in
yeah.
that case, I would be like, okay, I went outside the lines. It's time to go. I would take it less personal, but I would also know that the lines got too narrow for me at that point.
And they kind of, and I don't necessarily believe this is their goal, but when you expect an attrition rate, you look at the higher ups are the ones that look at the numbers and say this, that, or the other, whereas your direct supervisor might actually really appreciate you and the things that you do. But they do have, and that's the connection. So even though I got written up, I got, like kudos points to be like, hey, don't hurt this guy too bad. You know what I mean? And again, I didn't get fired. I just got wrote up. I've been written up almost every year of my entire life.
I've never been written up, so I take that completely. That means, to me, that's a serious thing. And if we're at that point, then I need to seriously revisit my role here at this company. If we're at the point of write up, then something's gone way off track already. But I've mostly worked for smaller companies too, where it is the supervisor that has the discretion to write you up or not. So if it's a corporation with a bunch of policies, like a bureaucracy that's directing them to do it through their policies, that's a different story. But that's still an indication that I don't fit into the lines that you have to be able to fit into to work there.
I understand.
So every job I take, and I've learned even from the job I have now, it's like I do it as long as it lasts. I never think it's a permanent. It's like running a football. I try to gain as much yardage as I can, but I know at some point something's going to happen. Or like riding a mechanical bull. I hang on to the job as long as I can show up and do my work and have it be appreciated. But the minute that's no longer the case, I'm prepared to make my exit. I don't waste a lot of time.
Yeah, and that can be tough when you find a place and a position that really makes you feel comfortable. Like people say, if you love your job, you'll never work a day in your life.
I do. I love all my. I can't work jobs I don't like. I usually end up quitting pretty quick. So if I'm at a job long term, it is because I love it, and I've made that mistake in the past. I've made it with jobs and relationships where I get really comfortable and I think, oh, I've finally found my place. I can really invest here. I can invest emotionally. I can invest my effort, my time, my loyalty. And it doesn't work out. I get bumped or something, or I have to end up leaving for these stupid little reasons. And so now my mentality is don't fall for the same illusion. Don't ever get comfortable thinking that you finally found your niche or your place. Always see it as something that you're there to do as long as you can. It's like a video game. You play the game until you run out of lives, and then the game is over. So I never think it's a permanent thing now. I'm there to play it as long as I can play it until my lives run out. But that's a different mentality than thinking that you found something that you can invest in that provides meaning and fulfillment and that you can retire from. It's like how long can I keep this going, and what's the most I can get out of it before I have to switch to something else because of some stupid bullshit.
And again, in the long term, and this is why a write-up isn't as bad as what you explained it to mean to you, is life is long and careers are long. So if you find a place where you feel comfortable, you earn your living and the people are okay, we as people will mess up, and the company itself will rotate people. So you will have different leaders around every corner, because some people are trying to reach the top and some people are just going to stay in their positions. That's where I am at. And you will be treated different. And then therefore the lumps will come. But if you can handle the lumps,
I guess I can.
Jumping ship because of a write up, like if I get straight up fired, that's their decision. And it would have to be pretty bad policy wise for them to do that. However, I was in the military and I got wrote up in the military. They don't fire you from the military unless you basically commit a felony. You know what I'm saying?
Would you get written up for the military? Was it that story about the cooking where they wanted you to heat water in your?
No, I didn't get written up for that. And the people that I was in charge of, they also didn't get written up for that. They got a talking to, if you will. But I I was in a school. I was already active duty, but I was in a school, and I thought that I could wait to shave until after we did our PT in the morning. Do our exercise in the morning, because I thought we were going to do PT and then we were going to do hygiene, take a shower, shave your face and get dressed and then go to breakfast. Well, we did PT and then went straight to breakfast. So I'm in the chow line right there in the lights of the dining facility with a 1 day not shaven face. And I got a close up from the instructor and said, "Why didn't you shave your face?" I was like, well, I tried to explain myself. I thought we were going to do like this. And this was a leadership school and it's a military leadership school. So they expect you to look bright and shiny all the time. And so I took a counseling statement, which is a write-up in the military. But
Why couldn't they just say, "Hey, dude, you have to do that before PT"? They could have just given you the information, and you could have said, "Okay, tomorrow I'll do it the right way." Didn't realize
it doesn't work.
It's unnecessary. The severity of the penalty or the consequence is way out of proportion to the infraction.
And now you see why I love my beard so much, is because you punished me for 1 day, 1 hour. It would have been one more hour before I would have shaved my face when we would have got the opportunity to do so. But because I didn't shave my face before I showed up and I'm wearing a military uniform, even though it's running shorts and a t-shirt, bro, I got that piece of paper.
I don't have patience for that kind of stupid. Because in my mind I know better ways to handle it. I can't respect the way they choose to handle it, because we're working for different goals. If you're trying to genuinely help the employee improve, if you're trying to maintain their loyalty, if you're trying to build on their strengths, there's better approaches than that approach. And so they obviously don't have the same goal I would have with that employee, if that's what they're going to resort to. And come to think of it, I've never even been written up at school or called to the principal's office or gotten in trouble with teachers, or so for my whole life, other than I got paddled by the principal when I was in second grade for running in the hall. But my whole life, I don't have a lot of experience with people having to impose consequences on me, because I'm usually doing what's expected of me. And so when people think I'm not, that's a really big deal. I wasn't socialized into that hardly at all.
Yeah. And there are so many rules that it's like, hey, I don't know if you've ever heard the phrase, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. It's like, hey, how'd you change your uniform so fast? It's like, no, I didn't change my uniform. I put this one over that one. So that means I skipped the time of getting undressed, but I came down in time. You know what I
I don't
mean?
need to cheat. I can like if you ask me to if you show me what you need me to do, I'm gonna do it. I don't need to like what it's like there's the surface game and there's this whole other game running underneath the surface in place of just doing what you're supposed to do on the surface game. And I'm there to just do the obvious thing that it appears that I'm there to do. There's not a second layer to it for me.
I got you.
But I
But
think I guess I don't understand this the game. Just show up, do the job you're being paid to do. If they're not happy with it, they can hire someone else to do it. But I'm not I don't I've never had to cheat or fool an employer or anything like that.
I got you. And you know, some some of us are built different, you know, raised different, we act different. We treat ourselves different, even though, you know, we can still have respect for one another. Like I'm not gonna, you know, I see this rule and I think it's an arbitrary rule. Rather than follow it to the T just because it's a rule, I'll be like, yeah, that's something I can get away with. Until
Yeah, I've
you
done that before too.
until you don't get away with it, and then it's like, oh, I didn't get away with it this time. Here's my piece of paper. Admit to it. Maybe have a conversation about it. Don't try to make excuses, or like I said, blame other people and put them in there. It's just you and your failure to abide by this arbitrary rule and move on with your life. Because if you do like your job and you do like the people that you work with, and it is sufficient for how you're moving along, uh, yeah, okay. You won't catch me with this again for at least another year until that goes away, because that's policy too. You feel me?
Yeah, I break rules all the time when I think the rule is getting in the way of doing it a better way. I have no problems going around the rules. But there's almost never a situation where I paid a penalty for that because breaking the rule did help me do the job better. And so it was never became an issue. It never led to anything negative. But if the
Right.
day but also when I'm breaking a rule, I know I'm breaking the rule and I'm prepared for the consequence. I'm not pretending like I'm not breaking the rule. And if I do get caught or there is a consequence, I'm prepared to take it. That's part of breaking the rule is you have to be able to take that responsibility that comes with it. It's just turns out that all the rules I've broken, I've never had to pay those consequences because I broke it. The reason I was breaking it for was the right reason.
Yeah. And again, you talk about the leadership and your actions. I like to, I'm a fan of driving. I like racing video games and stuff like that. And I really enjoy, you know, driving to work. It gives me anxiety though, because I'm on the highway going to work, right? The posted speed is this. If you go the posted speed, you are probably going to be a problem. And it will increase your anxiety because you're going to have people honking at you, flashing the lights at you, zooming by you way faster. However, if you go with the flow of traffic, that automatically gives the quote unquote leadership carte blanche to pull over whoever the hell they want to pull over whenever the hell they want to pull them over. And you could give them the excuse of I was moving with the flow of traffic and you know, I wasn't following too closely. I didn't pass on the wrong side. I didn't do anything except for stay at a safe distance and keep it moving with the flow of traffic. But then it goes to that leadership, the authority's discretion, whether they're going to write you a ticket or not. And you could argue it in court, but you're not going to argue it right there with the officer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It makes no sense. If the officer says, I'm giving you a ticket, you're getting a ticket. Like, the only place you can argue it would be in court. So I can appeal my write-up, but you know, it was what it was, and I still have my job. It doesn't mean much to me
Yeah, that's a
because
good
I
example too,
understand the
because
policy.
rules are meant to capture like ideal conditions and situations, and that's not always the situation on the ground and the reality in front of you. So sometimes you have to be able to flex the rules to adapt to the actual situation.
Yeah,
And some leaders will see that and make allowances for it, and some will be sticklers for the rules and not accommodate them to the situation. And those are the people that I'm going to be able to work less under than the
yeah.
kind that do understand the need for flexibility.
Because just imagine, and this might be something I have to look into. I could look into this write-up because of my buildup of points. So I missed a day because they closed the public schools, and I missed a day because I actually called out sick. But what took it over the edge was the fact that previously I had made it okay with one of my supervisors that I was going to be 30 minutes late. So I had 2 absences and a tardy, and that turned into this write-up. But if I could appeal it and be like, look, the tardy, this has been going on. It's been an ongoing understanding with them that they've known about and can be prepared for me to be 30 minutes late, even though, the conditions, again, on the ground don't even need me there, like, on time.
But
And the fact that there was an uncontrollable instance where my family took precedent over my job, even though my job funds my family, but we do have these allowances. I had time backed up from last year that I could use. The fact that it was the snap of the finger instance was more of the reason for it becoming like a red flag. You know what I mean? So I could appeal it and maybe make this thing go away if I decided to go down that road. But I don't want to sit here and argue with them. I just know that I don't mess up that much. And one write up, bro, it's a drop in the it's a tear in the ocean. You know what I'm saying?
so if you had to me, if you had an understanding with the supervisor, then it should be a write-up. Otherwise, it's not an understanding. It's the supervisor misleading you and saying it's okay when it's actually not. So the
And
supervisor needs
that's
to back
why
up that understanding by protecting you from a write-up.
he he did do that on the write up, but he was basically told to write me up because of the statistic of the points that added up.
So he made an agreement with you that he didn't actually have the power to make.
He wrote the document, and in the document stated did communicate, and then sick day.
And then do you have a bank of days that you can just use, or do you have to justify every day you take and prove that it was a sick day, etc.? Otherwise, did you have the days to cover the school closing and to cover? To me, if you were actually sick, that shouldn't even count at all because that's part of your sick days.
Right. Based off of my carryover from last year, they turned it into PTO.
Okay.
and I think I had like 27 hours of that from last year, and we get 3 sick days a year, and I get what 180 hours of vacation.
3 a year?
Sick days.
That doesn't even sound legal.
Right, but you know, if you feel like you're somebody that just needs a day every once in a while, it's okay to need a day,
Yeah.
but it's really hard to plan a mental health day. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, so, but even with the PTO, it sounds like you had enough, 28 hours, you had enough to cover 2 days and half an hour of tardy, which you already cleared with your supervisor. So I still don't understand why
Yeah.
they had to write you up. Like, to me, you didn't do anything wrong. If I was a supervisor, it wouldn't even be a big deal.
But again, when corporate sees statistics, they don't understand the conversations that happened that led up to those things.
Because of the disconnect between
Yeah.
them and what's actually happening.
There's a huge disconnect. Sometimes depending on who your supervisor is, there could be and how you interact with them, there could be a huge disconnect between somebody that you could talk to and let them know, hey, I'm going to be 30 minutes late. Well, if they don't do their due diligence and share it with, what's going to happen tomorrow morning when you're expected to be there, you could be like, hey, man, I told you. It's like, yeah, I know, but. And it's like, well, why do I talk to you at all?
Yeah, that's what I'm that's what I'm thinking.
But the fact that I did talk to them and they know that I talked to them, that's why on the write-up, I didn't have to make any comments on it at all because they had already written, hey, he talked to me about this.
But if you talk to them, you said I'm going to be 30 minutes late, then they would have had to say, okay, that's fine, or we clear it, or we approve. They give you the green light to be 30. Then that absolves you of any kind of wrongdoing because they're clearing you to be late. So they now should be able to back that up as supervisors. Like, we gave him permission to be late.
And you know
Otherwise, they would say, okay, but know that it's going to count against you. Okay, we appreciate you telling us, but it's still going to go down on your record. They would have to say something like that. But if they say, okay, no problem, or it's fine, then they're giving you, they're okaying that 30 minutes.
Right. And just as I am an imperfect person, the systems, the policies, and again, the bureaucracy of analyzing the red flags, it is an imperfect system also. And I do not feel a victim of an imperfect system. I just gotta.
I'm ready to go fight for it. I'm ready to go down there, picket, and protest.
No, don't
just
do
from
that.
hearing your story. Because even if it's an imperfect system, it should be able to adjust or correct itself when the imperfection is pointed out. It shouldn't be like, well, we're not a perfect system, so you have to suffer.
Yeah,
it should be like, we're an imperfect system, and this is one of the ways that we could improve, so we'll fix this.
And
now
again,
that we're aware of it.
And I understand what you're saying there too, because what was it, that snow day when they closed the school? They took 8 hours of PTO from me. So if you're going to pay me for not being there, right? How are you going to count that against me? And then if I have a sick day and you're going to pay me for not being there, how are you going to count that against me?
Right. That doesn't even sound legal. They're punishing you for taking days that they're paying for, which if they're paying
That does make it sound kind of crazy. Now I think I'm starting to understand.
But it's
But
not
again,
just if it would have just been those 2 days, you would not have been written up. It was the 30 minutes added onto that caused it to go over into write-up territory.
well, no, honestly, it was just the 2 days.
So you took 2 days that that you were entitled to, and that they paid you for, and they're trying to penalize you for taking those 2 days. That's fucked up.
And I think it's because of the again, they are in control of planning what is logistically needed for the day, human wise. And when you snap your fingers and say, "Hey, there's a," it doesn't even matter what the problem is. You snap your fingers and be like, "Hey, I can't come in today." Okay, my daughter couldn't go to school, and my wife was out of town, so it the instance in my life doesn't matter. It's the fact that they scheduled me to be there, and I told them within an hour before I was supposed to be there that I can't be there. And then the same thing happened with the sick day. So it becomes a scheduling conflict for them, whereas bro, it's almost never that big of a deal, but that's the policy that they go by.
See, this is why I don't last in jobs, because if it's not coworkers, it's stuff like this. But like the job I have now, I can almost predict that I don't think I'm gonna make it through the summer even. Like I predict at some point there's gonna be some kind of little stupid conflict like this, and I'm gonna end up having to walk away, or they're gonna end up cutting me. And it's not gonna be over job performance. It's gonna be over bureaucracy or policy or something
Yeah.
stupid. And I'm gonna not see it the way they're seeing it, just like I'm doing now. And I'm gonna decide this is not the place for me, regardless of the skills I can bring to the job. Your system that's there to facilitate the employee applying those skills is getting in the way. And
I got
there's no way to like, because you get along with your coworkers, you're doing a good job, the management likes you, everybody likes you, but there's still no way to avoid those kind of situations. So you're always like, it's going to happen at some point. Just how much work can I get done before it happens and I have to stop?
Yeah.
It's stupid. It's oh god. This
No, and I understand, but I also see it from you know, I think it's fair to look on their side of it. Whether it's regardless of the size of your business, when you have protections like time for your employees, that that may be in need of not being there, um, the workforce, especially on the level that I'm at, um, it it does not it does not take much of a genius. It doesn't take any education to exploit a good system, a fair system. And when you see exploitation, you see more policy, and that's where you see like larger companies having deep, deep, deep policies about, this is how long your break can be. You have to clock out for your break. Everything's recorded. Every door you walk through is recorded. You're on camera 24/7. As long as you're in the building anyway, you're on camera. Um, we know how many drinks you get from the machine. We know how many.
and it's getting easier to do that now in this technocratic age because there's all this
They
technology they can draw on.
They watch every move you make.
They can. Well, that's fine. Because I'm not there to exploit, so I don't want to be penalized just because there's other people they're in bad faith when I'm not. And if they want to lose employees like me at the expense of the ones that are there to exploit, that just seems like bad business strategy on their part. They should be trying to keep the people like me that are there to do the best job and not exploit. Like the system should be set around people like me, not the lowest common denominator.
No, I got you.
Otherwise, the people like me are going to get filtered out and they're going to end up with a company full of mediocre employees while we go work for somebody else that is going to build a company for what we're able to bring, which might not even exist. I might be living in a delusional fantasy world.
Yeah. It's tough, but you know, again, I have been punished enough to where I understand being punished. It's not fun. It is, especially when it's your livelihood, but I don't take offense to it because, you know, I recognize the policy, I recognize my actions, and I, you know, you can't correct a sick day. You know, oh, you know, or you know, if you have something so personal that you take too many sick days, well, you know, maybe you should be institutionalized or something like that. I don't know what to tell you. But if you want your job and to not have to go the other route, you know, just, you know, take the piece of paper and move on with your life.
Yeah, that's what I end up doing. That's what I'm gonna end up doing this one. I can almost guarantee it. I can see it coming. But again, I go back to this is their list of what they expect from me. Like ideally, this is the list of everything I can give them. And at some point where that mismatch becomes too much for them, they can make the decision that all of this stuff they're getting is not worth whatever I'm not delivering as far as expectations. But to me, because I'm not analyzing it from a computer level, I'm looking at it from a human level. My strengths that I bring to it far outweigh any like minor policy mismatches. So I would want to keep me because of what I deliver. But if they decide at any point otherwise that it tips in the other direction, I just leave. Fair enough. No, no,
I
no,
got you.
not a
And
problem.
that's fair because again, even with my policy failures in the military, um, when I was done with them, uh, I I packed my bags. I said I want to go home. It wasn't so cut and dry. I did finish my term of contract, but then I had to I had to you know tell everybody that was in retention along the way. It was like, oh, we could change your job. Yep, nope, just sign the paper.
Oh, so they try to do these little incentives to keep you in?
Oh, they do everything. They will do everything to keep you there. If, you know, like I said, job performance, like you were saying, I was doing everything, but I wanted a different life. I was the one that was done with them. And so when I said goodbye, I had to clear all these retentions and say goodbye. And, you know, at that time in my life, there, bro, you could have thrown $1 million at me. And it's like, no, I want to go home. I want to go home at the end of my workday. I don't want to have to wear your uniforms. I don't want to have to shave my face. You know, I don't want to live on a compound. I want to go home. And, you know, they all check the boxes. Hey, this guy wants to go home. He's more than welcome to go home. He did his time, yada, yada, yada. Let him go home. And I went home and I struggled so much to get back into society, so much to get back into working into a job that I felt welcome in rather than forced to be in. You know what I mean? And eventually I found a place. And if they want to write a piece of paper, it's like, okay, boss, yeah, I messed up. Or policy. I didn't even mess up. It was policy violation
Yeah.
based off of their endless small print. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll take that. I'll be here tomorrow, and I'll keep smiling and keep doing my damn job. And I'm not going to talk shit about other employees, and I'm not going to talk shit about you because I understand that you're not doing this to me.
They are
The
lucky to have you.
policy, the policy is doing this to me,
Well,
and
when the policy becomes more important than the work I do, if that's more important to them than the work, then that's the point where we shake hands and say goodbye. I would not make that decision, but if that's what they want to do, it's their company, and so I'll say okay.
yeah.
But if whenever I get my first write up, I am going to try to remember this and say, if Untrackable can do it, just follow him. Don't do it the Jeff way. Do it the Untrackable way. If he could do it, take your lump. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see if it sticks in my brain and if I can remember this conversation.
Well, hey, I hate to bring it up, but just as an analogy, the stuff that we were talking about before, if you say something to somebody or about somebody on the internet and it was just one sentence, right? And you find yourself being plastered for a period of time for saying that thing. Are, are you going to go talk about other people? Are you going to talk about the people that talked about you? Are you going to continue this drama? Or are you
I
just going to
usually
take your
just
long?
ignore it. Just let it roll off.
Well, that's how I feel about a write-up.
But I don't have to work for these people either. The ones that are, because they're distant. I can just see them as as the idiots that they are, and not worry about it. But if I know that my employer is an idiot, it's harder for me to take them seriously and work for them. It changes the way I see them. That's the issue. And what Axel said here, um, if they don't know what the punishment is, all they have to do is tell me, just verbally tell me, hey, you're doing it this way. We need you to do it this way instead, and here's why. Like the way you're doing it doesn't work because of this, and just do it this way because this. That's all they have to do. The punishment is unnecessary. They can just rationally explain it to me, and then I can self-correct. And so I don't know what the punishment adds or substitutes for over a simple conversation about giving me information about what I'm doing so I could change it to fit more what they want me to do.
I understand to a degree, but for instance, your character, it means a lot. The work that you do, it means a lot. And when it ultimately comes down to is, if I could, I hate to harp on it, but I have probably just as many awards from the military as I do write-ups. But those write-ups were never going to lead to me being fired. They were just pieces of paper that go in a folder and say, hey, bro didn't shave his face in the morning one time. Oh my God. It's like, you think I'm going to worry about that piece of paper?
That would eat at me like nothing else. Why are you giving me all these awards if this is a problem? If this is so much of a problem, like that, my brain would not would really torment me because it's mixed messages. It's like you're doing great work, and here's all the things wrong about you that we don't like.
Yeah.
And they need to pick one. They need to figure out where the balance is.
Well, the military was very strict. And I think some and my company's big enough to where it's practically run like the military, except legally they cannot treat you cannot, you know, they don't house me, they don't feed me, they don't dress me, um, and especially on the state law side, it's a what is it called, employment at will. Like I'm not
Yeah.
part of a
Hmm.
union,
Yeah.
so if they want to let me go after 90 days, they have to actually have that paperwork if they want to let me go. They can't just fire me, otherwise it goes into the unemployment insurance, and they don't want to pay out. So they have to have a really valid excuse to fire somebody. Um, Whereas, you know, you do have, they feel they need to flex, and that's fine. Because imagine if I flexed as an employee and just gave them my life. Uh, oh, I could be employee of the month every month and get bonuses. But then what would my life be? I left a corporation that was very strict. I didn't go home at the end of the day. I went to this box. I wore their clothes. I sung their songs, and I left that. So it's like, hey, I'm going to give you my work, but I'm not going to give you my life.
Yeah.
And I apologize for breaking the policy. I will try to be more mindful of it to avoid a write up that would cost me my job. But one piece of paper, man, you're not hurting my feelings. I accept that the boundaries of the end of February and the beginning of March, or was it the end of January and the beginning of March? If it had been one day on that first one, none of this would have come up. So, I'll try to be mindful, but I didn't control the snow, and I didn't control the day that I didn't feel well, and it would have been a bad idea for me to go to work.
Hmm.
And I communicated my tardy, which was inconsequential because honestly, even if I'd have had the absence with the one tardy, it still wouldn't have added up to a write up. But that piece of paper does not hurt my feelings. You understand?
Well, that sounds like a healthy outlook. Maybe even healthier than what I could summon up in that situation.
Yeah, it sucks to
I
get
mean, it's
written
going to
up.
keep you employed, and it's going to keep your family fed.
Yeah. Like I said, it doesn't hurt my feelings. I have a rapport with my boss, so even as he's writing me up, he's telling me like, I
That's
got your
so
back, but
fucked up.
I,
If
but I have to do this. Yeah, it's fucked up, but you know what? It's not his system,
well,
and me and him grew up in this system together. He just, reached higher, and I just really enjoy what I do, and I don't want to be in charge of people at all because if I had to write people up, if it was my job to enforce policy, bro, I'd be the worst cop ever.
me too.
I'd be like, hey, you're wearing the wrong shoes. Hey, get those earbuds out. And I'd have to sign like 1,000 write-ups a month because these are the things that people try to, hey, I'm not trying to get
I
it.
just know that that's not the way to get the best results out of people.
Oh, and we would have no employees because I'd fucking wind up getting everybody under policy violations, and they'd be like, "Well, you're a cop, but you're not really a leader." You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, I think that yes, you hit on it. There's a difference between being a policy enforcer and a leader. And Zephyr makes a good point here because sometimes the person or people driving the write up are layers removed from people that are directly observing you doing your job. So if the write up comes from a distance, versus from somebody that's more intimate with my work. I think I could handle it differently. If it's like, okay, these are people way at the top, they don't even really know what I'm doing. They're looking at a piece of paper, and that's why I'm being writ up. I think that would land differently than if it's my like my direct supervisor that sees me work every day and knows that I do a good job.
Yeah.
So I have to remember that too.
I mean, and again, we're
Right,
all
Axel. Exactly that. It is the mix. It's sending two contrary streams into my brain, and it short circuits my thinking. Either I'm doing a good job or I'm fucking up. It cannot be both. You cannot be telling me the opposite thing at the same time.
Yeah. Trust me, I've seen so much when it comes to getting in trouble and not deserving it that it does. It can turn your stomach.
But you're able to kind of just absorb it. And I see.
But
I admire that. Like I wish I had that skill.
it doesn't have to be the end of the world, but you definitely start to recognize a whole bunch of bullshit. And sometimes, if you like where you are, if you like what you're doing, and you like where you do it, because I don't like change. I like to go to the same place every day and do the same thing. So, but there will be some bullshit. And you know what? By eating a piece of paper, and saying nothing about it, hopefully, maybe I can help educate other people about, like, hey, rather than becoming a worse employee because you got written up, and that's going to lead you to getting fired if you really do need your job, which so many people need their jobs. Hey, how about you just shut your fucking mouth and get back to work and avoid policy violations? I'm sorry. I I can't protect you and how you conduct yourself. But if you become worse after a piece of paper, or you decide to leave after a piece of paper, well, I will meet a new employee tomorrow.
But that piece of paper is going to permanently change how I see that company.
Okay.
Because it's going to change how I thought they saw me. It's going to send a complete different message and even the jobs I've got fired from, I've never been written up. It went straight to fire. It's like, you fucked up, you're out of here. There was not any kind of step
Oh,
up
wow.
to it, so I didn't have any warning or anything.
Yeah.
So like nothing, write-ups would not have prevented or avoided any of these firings.
I gotcha.
So and plus I don't like being somewhere where I'm not wanted, I'm the problem child, I'm a liability, I'm fucking things up for other people. So the minute I get any kind of indication that that's happening, I'm like, my instinct is to just run, just get out. I'm like, uh-oh, I'm in one of those situations. I'm suddenly the problem, and to leave. But if it happened when I get written up, I'm gonna try really hard to remember all of this stuff you're telling me. I'm gonna come and find you, and I'm gonna get some peer counseling from you, some sage wisdom and advice.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say,
it almost
don't react, and you and Untrackable will talk it out, and you'll get his wisdom. So don't do anything in the moment. That's
Well,
that's
again,
what I'm gonna try to do.
like I'm telling you about this. You know what I'm not doing? I'm not bad mouthing people at work, and I'm not bad mouthing my boss to other people at work. I'm talking to you right now, and even if you do know where I work, you aren't connected to them, and it would be malicious of you to be like, "Hey, do you know what he had to say about
Oh God,
how he
no, I would
feels with
never.
it?" Yeah, but you see what I'm saying? It's like, um, again, like you say, you concentrate so much here on mental health, and I don't feel like anybody makes any progress if they're not willing to tell the truth or a story that really does make sense. And it feels good to be able to talk about it, because when you get that piece of paper, maybe instinct is to go tell the next person that you feel comfortable with. And I've had enough jobs. I've been around the block a few times. I'm 42 years old. I do not trust the people that I work with to do anything but do their jobs. And as soon as I get that piece of paper, I walk out of that office, and what I'm expected to do is go back and get back at doing my job. And that write up had nothing to do with doing my job. It had to do with attendance. So it's the smallest pill to swallow, and I move on with my life. You know what I mean?
You make a good point, because like, what if it was directly related to your job? Would that have changed? Because there's some things you could get written up for that are not directly a reflection on your work, but then there's some things that might be related to how you're doing the job itself, and to be able to separate the two.
Right. And I see that often. I do. Um, the you know, Aside from policy, you go into performance,
Yeah.
right? And there's time frames that are expected. And when they can call out certain behaviors that affect your time frames that cause you to be a bottom performer, they they're going to give you that piece of paper based off of your number, but they are also going to tell you, hey, this is what we saw on camera. This is why you're slow, yada, yada, yada. Eliminate that, and you'll probably be okay. Well, if you don't take it upon yourself to stay off of your phone, stop chit chatting with other employees, uh, and be productive, like, you can chit chat on your break. You know what I mean? You you will have time, but you are at work. This is not high school. You cannot just skate through this shit. This is a production based job, and you need to put your head down and put one foot in front of the other and make shit happen. If you can eliminate the side shit and just do your job for like 4 hours straight, oh my god, you might actually reach bonus status. But you're spending too much time like this. You're spending too much time and like I said, they're watching it on camera. They are watching your failures on camera. So they can, when it comes to performance, they can watch the moments that cause you to not reach numbers. You know what I mean?
So don't eat your boogers or anything. Yeah. Well, like I said, that this is what they want. This is what I can deliver. When they decide that that gap is too wide, we can shake hands.
Oh yeah.
But
But
as
no,
long as I'm delivering something that's close enough to what they're looking for, then I guess we're both happy. And I honestly, I rarely have performance issue. Like, all of the bullshit I've ever had to deal with in a workplace has been the policy type or the
yeah.
coworker type, but almost never the performance type.
I mean, I've had some I've had some bad days, performance wise, and I've had a sentence or two said to me, but it wasn't a write up. It wasn't a month's worth of failure performance wise. It was like, hey, what happened yesterday? And I I can be honest, and I'll tell my boss, hey, I overdid it last night and I didn't get enough sleep. And then I was kind of struggling through the morning, and yeah, I got behind, or I have something on my mind that I can't talk to you about. But I was distracted and yada yada yada. And he understands, but he's like, well, let me know. And again, rapport. Let me know if you need anything. We have resources, yada yada yada. And I'm like, cool, thank you. But having a bad day when in numbers production, again, it's water under the bridge. I had a bad day. Thank you for acknowledging that I had a bad day and kind of making me feel bad about it. But maybe that's a little bit of a check to be like, hey, I can't have a bad day again, at least for the rest of the month. But everybody has a bad day. And again, you talk about taking days off. It's like, well, I just as easily could have called in sick that day, but I showed
Right.
up
Yeah.
and you didn't have to replace me. So my bad day was better, even though it looked bad on me, than you having to take somebody from another section to replace me. You know what I mean? So it's a conundrum. And like again, I've been so many places, I've done so many jobs. You can tell me that I failed, and I'll be like, okay. And then I have to analyze, because you're not going to tell me how to fix me. Nobody fixes anybody else. We can talk about, things, but oftentimes people aren't honest. So without honesty, you can't fix things. But at the same time, there's certain things I do not want to talk about with my employer. And I think that's fair because everything goes back to HR. I'll talk to the chaplain, but I'm not going to talk to
I
you.
hate HR. Oh God, that's.
You know what I mean? And I think that's fair. I should maintain some sort of anonymity to my issues. But one bad day, thank you for bringing it up. Only me can check me. You know what I mean? And then I try to avoid those mistakes. They will still happen because I am still me, but I will try to reduce them so that it's not like a frequent flyer miles on failure. You know what I mean?
Well, to me, you sound like a great employee. Like any employer would be lucky to have you. You have a lot of deep insight.
I've done a lot of soul searching, and I'm still not perfect. I don't even want to be. I don't even want to be perfect. It's too much work, and I
It
want
really
to
is.
be able to look out into the open horizon and just be like, "That's beautiful," rather than be like, staring off into nothing, clouded my brain with all the weight that my job, my family, um, bills, uh, chores, maintenance, fitness. Oh God, no! Just let me enjoy looking off into the sunset. You know what I mean? Because if I do that for 30 seconds and I can enjoy that with none of that cloud in my head, it reminds me that I'm here.
That's health too. That is talk about mental health. That ability that what you just described is the pinnacle of health.
Yeah. So, hey, this has been a beautiful talk, and thank you for having me. Um,
Thank you for showing up.
um, I'll hopefully my sharing my story makes people think. You know, everybody's opinionated about somebody else's story, but take it into your own story if it makes sense, and live your best life and protect yourself at all times. And you know, like I said, stare into nothing and have nothing clouding that beautiful vision of what you see. Do that every once in a while. I think it's amazing. But I'm gonna take off, Jeff.
Take care. Thank you very much. It made me think differently, which is very hard to do. So we'll see what actually happens in reality. But I have a different course of action I could take in that situation that I would not have had before. So thank you. I hate when it does this. I want my background. All right, this is another good stream. Um, I'm man, I'm loving my own channel lately. even I wish I could be a viewer sometimes. No, seriously, I like where the channel's been going. I like the guest. I love the conversations. Um, I I thank you. I don't even know. I don't know. I think I'm babbling again. Let's see. It makes me feel. That is the essence of peer support too. Is your story in peer support, our story is our main tool, and sharing our story with other people in similar situations and letting them know A, they're not alone, B, what we've experienced, what worked for us, what didn't work for us. And so what he said about sharing his story and taking his story and adding it with your story, that is what we do as peer counselors. Um, I don't know. Are you thinking about coming up? I might I might wrap it up, but I might do another stream later this evening too. Or if not this evening, tomorrow. I usually take Sunday off, but I might do a stream tomorrow as well. And I'll tell you why. Because starting Monday, I'm going into a 9-day stretch, and I don't know what my ability to stream is going to be on any given day. And so I might get a few good streams in this weekend because I may not be able to stream regularly for the next 9 days if I want to jaw. Um, I need to pee. I need to get more coffee. I have two options. I can break and come back later, or I can keep pushing on and I guess do a super stream like I did last night. Much love to you too. I don't think I say that often enough because for two reasons. I don't like to throw the word love around to where it doesn't even have any meaning because you say it to everybody. And it's hard for me to say that word. It's hard for me to I don't feel that emotion often for just everybody. I want to. Remember my goal this year? I was trying to become a more loving person. I forgot all about it. I got off track somehow. I want to be able to I don't want to say it unless I feel it. I want to be able to feel that more and for more people. And I was trying to work on that for a while, and then somehow it just got like I don't know. I got off track. I lost focus. um. Well, I tell you what I do. I'm gonna go pee and get the coffee, and I will come back and see if the energy. See the energy. If the energy is saying break. Because when I started the stream earlier, I was really tired from last night. I didn't even want to break last night. I was getting delirious, and I couldn't even keep my eyes. Like I could feel my body shutting down, and I'm like, this is happening at the worst possible time because this conversation is so good right now, and it's only getting better. I don't want to end it because it's going to keep it from going where it's trying to go. But my body hit a wall. There was a physiological limitation that I just could not overcome. And plus, my it's not good for my health to push too far past those kind of limits. And so, in the interest of self-care, I decided I decided to end it and try to get some sleep. But then I woke up so tired that when I started this stream, I wasn't even sure how long I was going to be able to go. So part of the art of streaming is balancing the amazing conversations with your bodily needs, and so that you can continue to have the conversations. But it's getting the timing right, because last night the bodily need happened at the time of peak great amazing conversation. Well, why don't we do that then? We can take naps or breaks or recharge, and then come back this evening with new energy, or renewed energy, and go into the night. And we'll get a different audience. There might be different viewers. There might be more people. We can get attract a different crowd, and then we can get another good conversation going. Because seriously, the last week or two of these conversations, I don't want to go back to whatever it was before. Like I'm getting too much. It's how do I want to explain this? I was a facilitator, and I helped the conversations happen. I wasn't a consumer of my own product. I was helping the product to happen, but I wasn't smoking my own stash. And I've started to get high off of my own product. Like the conversations here, I'm actually seeking them out now, and it's my own panel. And when I wake up, I'm like, I want to have that conversation again that I was having with these people last night. Where do I find it? Oh, right. I find it on my channel. I have to go make it happen. I have to go in the kitchen and put it together and cook it. And that was different from what I was doing before, which was more of a passive facilitator of conversations for other people. And so now that I'm getting a hit of the product myself, I don't want to go back to just passively facilitate. I want to keep making these conversations happen, because I am now getting something out of them to where it's becoming a need for me as well. And I've been doing, it'll be 2 years in April that I've been doing this. And this only just started to happen in the last few weeks. But I don't want to stop it. I don't want it to stop. So now I'm more invested in keeping a particular type of conversation going on this channel now, in a way that I was not before. I got high. Y'all are my supply, though, and I got high on y'all. And it's digital drug addiction. Except the drug addiction at first was to just the panelverse in general and other people's panel. And now I got addicted to my own panel and my own panelist, which is a good thing. I think it's gonna kick it to the next level. But I'm just noticing that that's what's happening. But now that I know that, I have to figure out what to do with it, which I think is to do more streams, but higher quality streams like we have been doing. So I think that sounds like a good idea. I'll break, recharge, take a nap, maybe watch Roadhouse, get some dinner, and then I'll come back on tonight. I can't promise what time. It may be later. And we can continue the journey wherever this is taking us. But I love it. I like where it's going so far. So we'll do that. I will wrap this one up. Thank you guys for being here. You make this stream what it is. Otherwise, it would just be me talking into a camera. And so, thank you. I don't even feel worthy. So, we'll do it again tonight. And if by some chance, let me pause 1 second. If by some chance I'm not able to pull it off tonight, although I think I will be. I think I'll be fine. I will do one tomorrow for sure. So if you don't see me tonight, I'll definitely be out tomorrow, but look for me tonight. And in the meantime, rock on, recharge. Mike, hang on. Mike, I want to tell you something. I want to point out something for the record. When Mike left, the numbers did this, like they always do. So whatever you think of Mike, he's not wrong in what he's saying. So I just want to point that out. All right, Plasma, you too. Good to see you as always. I'm very glad to have you here. And as part of this experience, whatever it is, whatever's turning out to be. Mike, you as well. Everybody, in fact. Ricardo, Zephyr, Ren, Untrackable, Jax. Jax, I gave you a wrench today. I want you to know that not only are you not censored here, I like what you have to say. I want to hear it, but you're actually valued. I want your voice here. I want it to have even more of a place here than it does before. And I love that you came on panel last night. So I feel very, very good about giving you a wrench. I think it definitely reflects what I'm trying to attract to this channel. So I'm sorry that that's been happening on all those other channels, but you definitely have a place here. I mean, you've been a regular here for a while. So thank you too. I want you here. I like having you here, and I like hearing what you have to say. And of course, Not Laws. Where would this channel be without Not Laws? And I'm halfway joking, but I'm also halfway serious. Not Laws has stuck with us almost from the beginning. I don't know where he came from, but he's a part of this now. I can't even imagine it without Not Laws. Helena as well. Kane. Chopper Jeff was here earlier. Shift was here. We got some new people. I saw Shelly earlier. And Shelby. I don't know. Wow. It's all right. I'll stop. Let me go get my nap. And right. Keep rock. Yes, keep rocking. Certainly. All of you keep rocking. And I'll see you soon. Take care, everybody.